Of course I'm late, man. I wouldn't be color commentary if I wasn't. Good flipping morning, everybody. It is a victory Monday here in Miami. Football is in full swing, and despite the complaints, the pushback, all the struggles, and teams all around the league, including our own offense, decided that they wanted to have an extra preseason. Despite all of that, football is here. It is started. And it is in the books. We are in full swing. We're going to talk about all of that. And everybody, I will be right back.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good. Block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work
for it. I couldn't have scripted a more perfect game for this team for game one. What better example of how we do things here and how you win games as a team than today, okay? Everybody gets a game ball for this one. This is the exact game that good football teams win. Okay, these are the separating factors. It's frustrating as all hell. And when you're not living up to your own standard, it can crumble lesser people. So I commend everybody for this grown-ass man win, and understand we have another interesting thing ahead of us. An opportunity, right?
We had each other back. Man. Everybody started making plays. Everybody started feeding off each other energy. Man, that's who we are. That's who we are. That's what we've been building for. We know what we got to do. Love y'all boys, man. Fins on 2. 1, 2. Fins.
Once again, good morning, everybody. It is a great morning here in South Florida. It is hot. It is cooking. I am happy. I hope y'all are happy. We got the dub yesterday, and I appreciate everybody showing up this morning. Hit the like button. I am your host, Culler, and this is Coffee with a Cup of Color. You get a cup of me and my commentary, because that's what I do around here at the Fins Tailgate. I am Color Commentary. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're over on Twitter, Twitch, wherever else you disseminate the Fins Tailgate, get over here to YouTube and subscribe to us. Hit the like button, join the family, become a member, donate to the channel, help us keep thriving. We're a bunch of poor working folk, and we need all the help we can get. And it only makes this show greater. Appreciate y'all, everybody in chat, all the Fins fans, all the non-Fins fans. And unless you're the New Orleans Saints fans, you probably aren't too happy with the way your team started out yesterday, but we'll talk about all of that. We got the great proprietor of this show in the back waiting to chomp it up at the bit. So before we start talking about the game and all that yesterday, let's just talk about how our weekend went. culminating in a great Dolphins victory. What's up, Cap?
Nothing, man. Just in a torrential downpour in this area here. I don't know if you can
You're
hear the
kidding me.
rain behind me. It is, bro. It is pouring here in Central Florida.
There's blue skies and sunshine down here, man. Maybe a few clouds, but ain't bad at all down here.
It is. I mean, like rivers. I mean, it's straight flooding in this bitch.
Wow.
So
that's Jacksonville for her. That's that area for you. Not quite Jacksonville.
I just wanted to say something, Culler.
Oh, I was gonna say, interestingly enough, it's raining up in near Jacksonville. Go figure.
Yeah, that's about an hour and a half north of where I am now. So it's raining from like Melbourne to Jacksonville right now.
Wow.
So
I guess when it rains, it pours, right?
that fucking dry color fucking humor. I love it. That dry color humor with a rain joke. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Before you get cooking too much, this is what you can expect now. Most mornings at 10 o'clock, yours truly, maybe some Capitan every now and then, but we're going to carry you through this season because somebody's got to, and it's been dying here at this time slot in the morning for all off season. So we figured we would go ahead. We'd be all fanboys for the morning show. We're going to have a positive attitude around here as much as we can anyway. And,
well, we'll see what a Monday morning looks like after a bad loss. You know what I'm saying?
We will, but we're always going to tell you on Coffee and a Cup of Color. We're going to tell you what our problems are, but we're going to tell you how we're going to win the next game around here. That's just all there is to it. We got a short turnaround this week too. We got Buffalo Thursday night. So you can expect this exact format Monday morning. What I'll do Monday mornings is what you can expect this Friday, because we do have a game Thursday night, which I will be attending. And so we will rinse and repeat this morning's show Friday morning. And I will bring you commentary throughout the week. I'm going to try to go every day. We're going to have an open panel on Mondays after I finish saying what I got to say and telling everybody about the game who might have missed it. And my thoughts on it. We'll open the panel. Maybe sometime throughout the week, we'll have bring y'all one at a time on a panel, and then we'll do other stuff. But I'm going to try to go every week. Every day of the week, as many days of the week as I can, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 12, if needed, of course. I want to give you guys a way to vent. Somebody's got to be able to come up and get their steam off on Monday morning after these games. So we'll be doing that right here at the Finn's Tailgate. And you'll always get Capitan popping in because he don't like to do his job. So he likes to, pull over and talk to us all the time. So
I'd be doing my job if it wasn't downpouring right now. So blame the weather. Blame the weather.
So what you think, man, about yesterday, bro? It is what...
it's funny you ask, because a couple of things, right? Number one, the offense looked absolutely out of sync with itself early in the game, right? Mm-hmm. There was no cohesion. They just didn't look. Tua was overthrowing some of his guys. Which
is always a welcome flaw, rather than underthrowing.
It's a good change of pace from hearing how he underthrows everything, right? But I digress. There was, drops. Rashad even put it in chat. Durham Smythe dropping 3, false start penalty on him as well.
I'm quite disappointed in my man Smythe.
Me too, right? Like I had always, I was like, feed this man the ball more. Well, then they do it, and now I'm eating those words.
Albeit in a 4-year career, it's the very first time I've been that disappointed in him. So, I do have a certain amount of grace for the guy.
Real quick, good morning to everybody in chat. Hit the like button. I see everyone telling me good morning. Thank you. Just so everybody knows, after this Coffee and a Cup of Color episode, keep on a lookout for crypto coming up here with the Monday midday Monday mornings, Monday midday crypto.
I
And
was
you know
in the
he's going to
kitchen, and
turn
that's
up.
what I heard, man. In the kitchen there was some cooking going on with crypto in there.
Yeah, that's right. So after this program, I forget, Crypto, put it in chat what time the start time was. Color will make the StreamYard and stuff.
Yeah,
And I figure we'll call it Monday midday with Crypto or something like that. I'll
yeah.
flesh out that.
Color was sort of being lazy this morning. You can see I didn't even create my show till the last second. You know what I mean? But and also, as you can see, once again, my apologies, as I am not on camera again. Well, that has to do with yesterday, and we'll talk about that when I get into,
Well, it was a
how my
long
day
day
went
yesterday,
yesterday.
Color. It's a
Yeah,
long day
very
yesterday.
long day yesterday, and
We were up late last night. I did 8 hours of streaming yesterday. You were
so
at the game,
I got up this
came back.
morning and kind of put the finishing touches on arranging my room the way I needed and all that, and camera and all that, and now I got to address Windows because for some reason my camera just don't want to turn on all of a sudden. Ain't used the thing in months, but you know what I mean? It didn't touch my computer, but you know how Windows is. So
Some
I got
weird
some work to
update
do in the
somewhere.
machine this afternoon. And as such, because of how long my day was yesterday, I wasn't able to work on it last
So
night. So you get
crypto's saying 3 o'clock, Color. Just so you know,
oh,
in
okay,
chat, he's saying
3 o'clock.
3
That's
o'clock.
great. That gives me time to get things set up for it and all that.
Cool.
So in the meantime, you're gonna get Aquavision laser eye color in the avatar for the time being. But as you can see my Twitter handle right there at ColorCom. Make sure you're going over following me on there. I finally made it over 1,000 followers. You believe it?
There you go. I honestly, it's crazy that it took that long. And you guys can go to
Well, I don't
TFTG
press it.
Network.
Yeah.
You guys can go to tftgnetwork.com and find everybody's links to all their good stuff and everything like that. You can check us out on podcasts now, Apple, Spotify, all that good stuff. If you
Oh
guys are
yeah,
just listening.
I dropped off my duties, bro. For as Capitan is alluding to, you can go to tftgnetwork.com and you will find that everything is centralized there. All that is TFTG, including links to all this content, all of our bios, the shop where you can get all kinds of great TFTG gear. And of course, as Capitan said, we are on Apple and Spotify and other major podcast platforms. So we are going to keep it civil and within the rules of what people would want to hear on a podcast around here on Mondays, but I'm still going to let y'all get up here and
Oh yeah,
say
no,
what
those
you
will be
gotta say,
they'll be
you know?
still turning up. We'll try to keep it in a way, and if we're
Yeah,
probably
just
when we have
remember that you're
multiple.
talking to the podcast world, and they don't want to hear all the,
Yeah, they don't need to know all the inside baseball of the community stuff all that much. We got other shows for that kind of nonsense. But we will say this, right? When there's multiple people on the panel, we are activating timeout. So we will have the interaction. We will have the interaction at an all-time high for the people in chat to, troll some of the people on the panel every now and again. They got a bad take. We'll let them know, drop a freaking timeout, put them in back, and put them in the goulash. You know what I'm saying?
Because Capitan is one half of the team that created the concept of timeouts.
That's true.
So,
That is true.
shout out to that person because he's a good guy, and I don't know what's going on with him, but we're happy to.
He's living his dream, buddy. Stephen D is living his dream. He's a program director for local radio station. God bless.
Are you kidding me, bro? So
I'm not.
Cool. Well, there you go. Then I'm perfectly happy to carry water for the guy in this time slot, man. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
I just would only hope that y'all could trust me to bring you the content. I could never be Stephen D. I'm a totally different person. You know what I mean? But I would hope that y'all come to enjoy the content we bring you here 10 to 12 every day, and we'll carry you through the season. We are the tailgate. We're dropping a tailgate 10 o'clock in the morning, right after the game. Who does that?
Definitely at game day, 10 a.m. is when I'm already a couple beers deep and a couple of bratwursts. You know what I'm saying?
Look, we got a quick turnaround this week. I'm already in game day mode right now for Buffalo.
I'm gonna start drinking right now, Color, just to make sure I'm in the right state of mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Look, I can nitpick a lot of things that were a problem yesterday. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to sit here on game one and be like, oh my God, look at the way the league played out yet. How did y'all's fantasy lineups do?
Bro,
How'd
it
y'all's
was
parlays?
crazy. So really,
I'm
getting
not going
back
to
to
sit
the
here and
game,
act like the Miami Dolphins are exclusive to getting a slow start on opening week. You know what I mean? Against a really tough team and a well-coached team, a guy that I
yeah.
trust.
And I
To,
think come the end of the season, Color, when we look at Jacksonville's record and what they will accomplish by year's end, they will be classified in that Miami Dolphins can't beat teams over 500. Miami Dolphins can't beat good teams. By come year's
Yep.
end, we're going to look back at the Jaguars, and that's going to be a game
and it's already started,
narrative.
and the that stuff's already started first thing in the morning on the socials today, Cap. Everybody putting in their 2 cents about this and that and the other, and it's like, look, here's my current final take on all of that, and it dawned on me right before I started the show this morning that both teams yesterday, the Dolphins and the Jaguars, both were reminded of a very valuable lesson in the NFL. Okay. It is hard to win in this league. It just is hard to win. It doesn't matter if you're facing the worst team, the best team, Monday, Sunday, Thursday, whatever the day. It is hard to win in the NFL.
Ask the Carolina Panthers. They can't win to save their fucking lives. They're terrible.
And fortunately for us, we both got taught the same lesson yesterday, except we were reminded during the game and did something about it. And they were reminded by the fact that they needed to finish the job. So they don't have anything to hang their heads low about other than the fact that they have to find a way to win. They need to finish the job. That's a well-coached football team, and they will get it right.
So a couple of things going back to the game. The offense started slow, but a little bit of feedback on your end, Color. I can hear myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
That's good.
The coming out of halftime, right? The team looked better offensively and defensively. Defense had a sense of urgency as if they needed to do something, and they did. Shout out Javon Holland, who, if he keeps playing like that, it's going to be hard to argue paying this man and keeping him here, especially with us having no safeties under contract next year.
He certainly did himself justice yesterday. That's for sure.
Damn right. He continues to make plays like that. You can't let him leave. That's number one. Number two, reinvigorating the offense, getting them on track. Tyreek Hill spoke about it, and other people spoke about it, about how Tua was a big leader in the locker room at halftime, juicing up the boys, right? Saying, listen, This ain't gonna work. And you know what's crazy? I have just a snippet clip of Tua's halftime speech. I'll play it now.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
I mean, it did kind of look like that.
It just
changed that blue to a little bit more aqua.
Well, that's just a bad video. That actually is aqua. That was Tua.
I see. Yeah, it was a little grainy. Yeah.
It was Tua. That was Tua. Again, I'll play it just real quick again. This is Tua Tagovailoa wearing aqua on his face. I don't know where the horse came from, but definitely dramatic effect.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Great work by him.
That horse was delivered to them by the Miami-Dade Police Department, and ridden in by one Tyreek Hill.
As a little bit of payola for the stuff Tyreek had to deal with. I got you. Maybe that's what Tyreek was talking about, is that he's going to work with the police department and make changes, and this whole other endeavor. That must be what he's talking about.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said that.
Well, that's really good to hear, because I don't want this whole thing to devolve into some war. You know what I mean? It needs to be fixed, and that's first and foremost.
Oh shit! Brian's brains is right. That was a buffalo, not a horse. My fault.
Riding a buffalo. That's hilarious.
Yeah. You know what though? That's honestly Tyreek Hill.
Glad he's taking the high road.
He took the highest of roads. He's like, look,
Complaining
it ain't
about
gonna,
it ain't going to get it fixed. Doing something about it's going to get it fixed.
bro,
Teaching,
that is all he
education.
said. He's like, this ain't complaining. I don't complain. I got a job to do. I can't let that affect me. And essentially said, I'm not about it. That he goes, look, I like police. I want to work with them. This type of. It was
But
a
make no
beautiful thing.
mistake, some work needs to be done because the video that's been coming out, there's several videos, and it's just appalling to me. It don't matter who that is, who the citizen is,
So
whatever they are, nationality, creed, whatever.
you can't do that,
Ain't
man.
no reason
You can't
for
do that. I don't give a shit if it's a
Appalling.
foreigner visiting this nation. I don't need that done to them or anybody for any reason, treated in a way in which your civil liberties are at frickin' your human rights are
Mhm.
fucked with. And
I mean,
I'm
you're
sorry for
going to a
cussing on the
football
morning
game.
show. I'm trying not to cuss on the morning show. It's my fault. I will say this, this is a problem. I've had my experience. I
Oh,
see
did you
Cat
already
for
hit the
life.
swear jar first thing out of the game?
I didn't hit this. I guess I'm a couple dollars deep in the swear jar right now. I guess I will say this. I've had my experiences with the security and police surrounding the stadium. Cap for Life was there. He can vouch for what he's seen that was done to me and our party that went in. And I get it. It's a high stress environment. There's a lot of excitement, but every single person that's dealing with security and or dealing with you know the police department surrounding it, not pleasant at all, and in a way in which they treat you in such a way that afterwards when you come back and speak about it, they're like, oh, you're acting like a Karen. No, bro, I was disrespected, embarrassed, and I've spent thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, here's my freaking $100+ million freaking wide receiver gold jacket where they're fitting that man for a gold jacket. I'm sorry, it's a first ballot Hall of Fame. And this is how you're going to treat him. And it's not that he's better and should be treated differently than anybody, but just goes to show you they don't care who you are. They're going to
Right.
treat this guy that way.
What it does is it shows the level of incompetence, because the fact of it is you're only there because you're invited to be there as extra security, as whatever, providing security for that facility. You don't even know what the nature of that facility is. Like, here you are with Tyreek Hill, and 6 of you couldn't identify this guy by looking at him. That's just pure incompetence, dude.
It's crazy, dude. It's Tyreek.
And if you don't blame incompetence, then the alternative is maliciousness. And I would rather not like to believe that about law enforcement. I'm trying hard, Capitan.
I'm trying hard too, bro.
You know what I mean?
I'm trying hard too, bro, because it was despicable. The whole thing was despicable, and it's right on par to my experience at the stadium, as well as other people I know close to me.
Tyreek said,
at
what
the
if I
stadium.
wasn't Tyreek Hill?
Well, I know for a fact that was me or you.
I'm saying, so what if he was? What is it? Whatever could have escalated to that point. Okay.
Here's the fact, Culler. If that wasn't Tyreek Hill and that was any of us going to that game, we'd be in jail still right now.
Well, not only
we
that,
missed week one, but spent all that money.
That's the fallacy involved here, because anything that Tyreek Hill, let's just say for a second, okay, just hypothetically, I'm not alleging anything. Let's just say for a second that there was something that did escalate it to the point for them to need to do whatever they did, right? Let's just say for a second, okay? If it was something that rose to that level, why is he still not in jail?
Real quick, Reverend William Perry says in chat, did you see the Warren Sapp tape? It's worse than what they did to Tyreek. I got to see that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've heard it.
I haven't seen
it, but I heard it.
Again,
hey, by the way, right? Shout out Reverend William Perry, man. Glad to have you with us this morning, man. I'm going to get to a few more shout outs in the chat. But I just wanted to, I really want to drive that point home.
Let me land on mine too.
Sure. I just think a lot of people are missing that very simple logical point that if whatever he did let's just say hypothetically, was escalated into the point where they were authorized to do what they did or felt the need to, then he should still be in jail right now. Why'd they turn around and release him?
And they turned around and released him for the same
Which
reason
means
that
they didn't have probable cause for anything, and they obviously didn't articulate why they were detaining him in a clear manner. Okay, which is required to do what they did, unless he did something to escalate it to the point where they were authorized for that force. If he did do something like that, then he would still be in jail today.
Exactly, Culler. And the results speak for themselves on who's the wrong
fact that they
person in this
released them,
situation.
completely bust them wide open.
It's an admission to guilt, is what it is.
Right. It's an admission that we had no reason to escalate this.
And I'm going to tell you why they're doing this. And I had the revelation last night on the post game show, is that these cops get this overtime. They don't want to do it. They don't want to deal with it, but they want the overtime. And to my knowledge, there's like a hidden requirement to have to do overtime for shit like this, right? Like that's what they do. And that's how they do this overtime stuff, so then they can bring up the minimum budget and then hire more officers. It's a whole freaking thing with tax dollars and stuff. I'm not going to go into that. These guys, a lot of these guys, not all of them now, I don't want to say it's all, but in my experience, it's been more than you would like it to be, right? Are looking for some incident to put someone in handcuffs so they can leave and deal with that paperwork. They'd rather sit in the office and paperwork than deal with the public.
Let the judge deal with it, or whatever they're.
Well, they get to guess. If I put this guy in handcuffs and I take him there, now I have to leave. I got to write up the report. Next thing I know, my overtime's done, and I didn't have to be here dealing with all this. Yeah. And they're looking to target people and make a freaking federal case out of traffic violations, out of misunderstandings, and they come at it in an aggressive, hostile manner that can only lead to bad things. You being like, yo, you need to chill out. Next thing you know, they're like, and they're pulling tasers out or whatever. It's an enforcement of law that is overstepping the bounds and the duties of a person.
Now, I do want to pump the brakes and say, just for the fact that, look, I know and I'm aware that you could say the vast majority of law enforcement officers would never act in such a manner. Okay. And I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to sit here and argue that point, because I do believe in law enforcement as well. I do believe in the rule of law. And I understand these guys have a certain type of duty and job that we can't really understand. I get all that. Right. But I counted 6 of them there?
Yeah, bro.
So you're telling me that if the percentage, let's say, is 90% that law enforcement officers are on the up and up, right? Then I would expect that 5 out of those 6 officers would have said, yo, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, I know.
To the one.
They need to do a better job policing themselves is what they need to do.
And we didn't see that. We saw all 6 partake. And not one of them
guilty by association, bro.
Not one of them pumped the brakes and said, "What the hell are we doing here?"
No one has any accountability. You're guilty by association, and the entire situation unavoidable, but obviously not when you have people with power.
Now, obviously, the people are right to say that there is somebody with a cooler head, because they ended up releasing him. So somebody came by finally with a cooler head and said, "What the hell are we doing here?"
You know how cooler heads prevailed?
The supervisor.
It finally dawned on people that, this isn't just a rich person with a nice car that I can fucking throw on that nice car and scratch it up and handcuff them and get out of here. That, I kind of messed up. I forgot that I'm standing literally a stone's throw away from the stadium, that maybe this $500,000 car I just pulled over is one of the athletes. Oopsie, let me let him go and see if I can get away with this shit. And that's
and for
again,
these
there
people,
goes there I go again in the swear jar color.
right,
I'm not
and for
happy,
these
bro. I'm
people
not
that
happy
want to,
about it.
and for these people that want to put it on a level of maturity for Tyreek, you're talking about game day, an hour before the game. Okay, this guy. I'm not going to sit here and listen to this nonsense when we as a society pay this man $30 million a year for it, and we literally pay him to amp himself up an hour before the game.
I'm saying, right?
And we're going to
color,
now hold him responsible for the result of law enforcement escalating a situation on a guy that they should clearly know who it is. And by knowing who it is, there should be some kind of grace for the fact that this dude is about to go play an NFL football game. He's probably a little amped up and not going to react the way normal situations would. That's not an excuse, but it is when we're the
video
ones that
tells a
pay
different
$30
story.
million a year to be that way.
Color, that's just it. I don't think he acted in any manner at all. If we watched the video last night.
Cap,
Oh,
even
you're
if
talking about for
you
them
saw it
turning
that
up.
way,
Got you. Yeah.
we pay him millions to do that.
I'm just going to say it, and it's going to
And
sound
then we're
pretty
going to turn
stupid.
around and be like, you better watch your P's and Q's an hour before the game.
You know, it's crazy because I don't know what the Miami-Dade Police Department budget for a year is. I can't imagine it's $30 million, right? I don't know. Maybe it is, right? It's probably a lot of money.
Yeah,
But
he could buy that entire police department.
I mean, yeah, he could certainly, again, and it's not.
I tell you this much: that Christmas endowment is probably blown now.
Yep. Never been pulled out of the car and cuffed on a traffic stop. Way too much. That's pretty much it. It's stupid. It's ridiculous, bro. I have been harassed in traffic stops. I told the story last night with my wife and a friend of mine. We went and watched like a little show and went out and hung out. We had like a drink or two, didn't really get turned up. Not like we weren't getting turned up in those days, right? But we're in my wife's at the time we were dating. She had a Mercedes, nice one too. And we get pulled over. It's a Thursday night. They throw me and my boy on the car, freaking searched us, roughed us up a little bit, called in a female cop, strip searched her, pulled every panel off the fucking car, pulled everything out, strewed it all over the place, didn't find nothing, and didn't even bring a drug dog, even though I told him
you
they
out
couldn't
there
search
at
the car.
30 degrees with your socks and shoes off. Yeah,
It was cold. It was cold. It was like in like December, and they just told us to piss off afterwards. They were like, no, piss off. Yeah, they were all pissed off. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like,
and there's no logic involved either. Like,
no.
One time when it happened to me, I was
car.
rolling through a town that I grew up in. Right, you might be familiar with the town, Palm Springs, and
yeah. Palm Springs police were terrible back then.
Oh yeah, and they had me out there with my socks and shoes off one morning, like 3 in the morning. And the funny thing is, before they took us out and searched us all, right, I told the guy, I said, look, man, I was young, so I was probably a little spiteful, but I was like, yo, man, how long have you lived here? He's like, well, I've lived here all my life. And I'm like, well, so have I. And I know enough not to roll through your little town with any more than I can eat or smoke. So you ain't gonna find nothing. But yet I'm still out there with my socks and shoes off at 30-degree weather. And when they didn't find nothing, I'm like, I just reiterated what I said to him.
Yeah, well, the reason I remember sitting there with the handcuffs next to my buddy.
Simple logic is all I asked for, El Capitan.
I remember sitting there in handcuffs next to my buddy, and I'm like, why y'all, how y'all searching this car right now? They didn't bring a dog. I told them they weren't allowed. And he goes, oh, the fact that you told me we can't search the car indicates that you're trying to hide something. I was like, bro, that is a direct violation of my civil liberties right there. They were pissed that I had known some stuff too.
Yeah, because there
You
can
know
be
what I
no
mean?
other reason that you don't want to spend the next 45 minutes while they tear your car apart.
Oh no, bro. They had us there for well over an hour, bro. Well over an hour.
I even told a Palm Beach island cop that one time. He's like, "Why don't you want us to search you?" I'm like, "Because I've been through this. I don't want to sit here for the next hour. I just want to go home." I was working construction on the island at the time.
So, Bam, who's watching on Twitch or X, which Bam, come over here to YouTube, get in the
What's
chat,
up,
buddy.
man?
He says, do you guys
How
think the cops knew who Tyreek is?
And I'm glad that's a great question.
Culler, if I may, I would say at the time, no. And they were so enraged for whatever reason that they didn't see it until it was too late. Until
And at
whoever
that point,
came there with a calm demeanor and assessed the situation was like, that's a really expensive car. Here's a giant freaking 6'5" guy pulled up to it in Calais Campbell saying, "What are y'all doing?" And oh, wait a second, that's Tyreek Hill. You guys got two of the freaking players out here in handcuffs. What the bloody hell are you doing? And that's why they were like, "Oh yeah, that's right. We might not want to get a lawsuit that bankrupts the police department. Maybe we should just let them go."
Right,
You know
and
what I'm saying?
that's the thing is that why it's a great question. It seems like an obvious question, but it's a great question because it needs to be asked. And the thing of it is that I made this point last night. You know, I expect more, Cap, than you apparently, because if what you're saying is true, then that's pure incompetence. Simply because we're not talking as if Tyreek was coming racing in from Homestead out in the middle of nowhere where there might be a chance that the cops don't know who he is. But did you know the picture you show or that has been floating around? The car, you can see the stadium in the background.
Yes, bro. They're there. They're right at the stadium drive around there.
How do you not know that's Tyreek? Look,
How
the reason
how do
we
you
have
not sensibly
Cap, the reason we
have an
listen.
idea that it could be a
Here's
pro
the
athlete?
logical answer. We have hordes, scores of video footage coming out of this. Okay, which is why it's a good thing, first of all, and secondly, the reason being is because when they had him out there, the people driving by instantly knew who it was. Instantly. And immediately got their phones out and started filming. How does 6 Miami officers who are tasked with providing security to an NFL Miami Dolphins football game don't know what Tyreek Hill looks like? On the spot, don't know what he looks like.
So I want to disassociate. It's Tyreek Hill, right? I just want to put it as just a person being pulled over, and let's just say, fine, just a person, not Tyreek Hill, some rich guy going to the game, got caught speeding, yada yada yada.
It's just as wrong either way. I'm just saying.
But and here's the thing, and Tyreek said it. What if it wasn't me and it was somebody else? That in lies the problem. The only reason Tyreek Hill got released is because he is Tyreek Hill, and they figured it out too late. The real problem is that this is how the police securing an event. It's not like a surprise. Everybody and their mother knows it's been freaking written in the schedule for months and months now. And this is how they show up week one to treat the people looking to have a good time on a freaking Sunday. It is
and
ridiculous.
by the way, the evidence is right there for Tyreek to now say, "Hey, I didn't roll my window all the way down, and I didn't want to get out of my car precisely because that was going to happen."
Yup. Look who's in the back, Culler.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you had. I forgot you're on your phone. What's up, Lou? How's it going, man? Good morning. I mean, talk me off a cliff. You know what? I look. I know I'm amped up, but as amped up as I am, you can imagine what a football player an hour before a game is feeling like, bro. Sure, there's going to be some miscommunications.
Yeah, absolutely. And good morning to both of you gentlemen. The question I would have, and again, I guess we don't have the full report yet, right? But all indications it was a traffic stop, so it was a traffic violation. I've heard the narrative of speeding, but to you two gentlemen's point, I thought y'all did a great job last night breaking it down and actually showing the video. How could a man be speeding when it's basically bumper to bumper traffic trying to get into the stadium?
Right.
So maybe look, okay. Ali
Quickly,
Ali
Cap,
said
if it wasn't bumper to bumper, that's because he was in the parking section that nobody else is allowed to even be in.
that's true. He was over by the player part on the east side, east north end, where the players come in at. That is the spot that there's security in which you got to kind of get through to even drive your car that way. Bottom line is, right? Ali said that on the turnpike there was cops, there was a whole thing going on in there. Now, maybe Tyreek Hill was speeding on the turnpike, but what's speeding? Are we talking, was he doing 110, on the 65-mile-an-hour turnpike there? Again, if that was the case, he should have not played that game. The fact that whatever violation it was, speeding, reckless driving, whatever, didn't warrant even the ticket that they pulled him over for, because they realized, oh, wait, maybe we made a mountain out of a molehill like they're doing all day long there, because that's how their fucking attitude is on these games. Here I go swearing again, Culler. And then what happens? They go, oh, wait, oops, this guy's a somebody. This guy has a platform. He's got millions upon millions of followers. Oh, wait, he could literally stand up and get all these player athletes to show up in a freaking political form outside Miami PD.
Right.
We might not want that problem. Let's try to weasel our way out of it, and that's really how this thing played out.
Right. See, it's obvious to me why they released him. Here's the problem I'm having, though, and it really stems down to the video we saw that you showed last night, where they were ordering him to roll down his window more and all that. It looked to me like the window was cracked enough for them to communicate with him and for them to receive whatever credentials they needed to receive from him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
the fact that the cop escalated, first of all, by saying roll it down more by
Yeah,
order
I know, right?
for what? You haven't even clearly articulated why you're even detaining me. Secondly, if you had probable cause for anything to that level of ripping my window off and dragging me out, you would have already done it. Okay. And again, when he gave the order to roll down the window, he immediately shifted gears and said, no, you know what? Get out of the car. So the cop was not only unclear, did not articulate why he was even being detained, did not articulate what crime he was suspected of committing to be pulling him out of his car, nor that, but his orders were not even clear.
We
He
played
gave contradicting orders.
We played the clips last night.
Real quick. The reason that the cop felt the need to amp to that level is what I am questioning. Whatever Tyreek would have done for the cop to feel that he was authorized to take that aggressive stance, whatever that was, it better rise to the level of something that Tyreek would still be in jail for and have missed the game.
That's right. And it
That's
didn't. And that's why we ended up in the situation we're in now. We played the video last night, and essentially the cop comes up.
They have admitted that nothing he did
rendered this type
force.
Required the force, required the everything. And we played the clip last night. The cop walks up, knocks on the window, says, roll the window down. He rolls it down. Then he says, roll the window down or I'm gonna pull you out of the car. And then he says, you know what? Matter of fact, get out.
Right. He's like,
matter of fact, get out. And then the next cop comes up and says, get out or I'm smashing the window. And this all happened in the moments of them approaching his car 5 deep on motorcycles.
Without even articulating why they were detaining him.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
And
The
then
whole
to
thing's crazy.
escalate it further while they've got him in cuffs. Now, we can talk about alleged all we want. There's video. Now, I don't know what the reasoning is. I don't know why this cop felt to the point of whatever he felt. There is nothing that Tyreek could have said while in handcuffs that warranted the cop doing what he did to him. Nothing. He has freedom of speech. Okay. Anything he says can and will be used against him in the court of law. Not by the knee of the officer.
That's right. They're not judge, jury, executioner. This isn't freaking old Western times where you gotta, vigilante justice and gotta handle it.
Not only am I gonna detain you, but I'm gonna nah, bro. Especially by then. This is what I'm talking about, Cat. The incompetence. Now you expect me to believe that 6 officers now have him out of the car, clearly can see who he is, because they're now causing a commotion by people stopping and filming. Okay. And yet that this officer out of the blue looked like Daniel's son with the crane knee kick.
Yeah, dude, it was
out
crazy,
of
dude.
nowhere.
He straight booted him, bro, right in his glutes. He booted my $100+ million wide receiver's ass.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the guy at the window saying, "Oh, you know what? On second thought, boom. I've had enough
it's crazy,
of it.
Dude.
I've
crazy,
had enough.
dude.
I can even picture the cop. Look, I'm sorry to be so speculative, but the video is right there. I don't know. They need to have a pretty damn good answer.
Well, the Miami
explain
PD released a statement on Facebook shortly after, saying that one of the cops were put on suspended leave, and that they're going to do a thorough investigation, in which case body cam footage will be released sooner rather than later. So this story,
that's why I am 100% on board and happy that Tyreek Hill has taken the high road and said, you know what? Put all that other shit aside for right now. Let's fix the problem.
I would not be surprised if and when the hammer comes down on this officer, Tyreek Hill is there shaking his hand with forgiveness, trying to get the guy to be a cop. That's the kind of guy Tyreek Hill has shown me to be. Granted, yes, he has his own demons that he's had to deal with back and forth, but in the same breath, we know him to be a very charitable, good human as well. So again, this is crazy. It's crazy.
Well, Cap, I thought, because again, I was listening last night. I thought you made a very good point last night. Tyreek wasn't the only Miami Dolphin player that got put in handcuffs. Calais Campbell got put in handcuffs as well. And I think you were spot on last night when you made the point. Could you imagine how that could have escalated real quick when a 6'9" grizzly bear is towards the situation?
Dude,
He's amped up before a football game? You think Tyreek's
amped up for a football game, and watching his teammate get rolled up on like this, dude, I mean, it could have gone a dark turn. We could be talking about freaking Calais Campbell didn't make the game and get a sack mistake because he got a fucking hole put in him. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of police that were interacting with the public outside my stadium. I'm sorry, but the Miami Dolphins and Stephen Ross need to step in and do something about this. They need to. I don't know what needs to be done, but
they need to change departments that they
I don't know if it's
their services to.
Whether that needs to be done, I don't know. I don't really think it's
because I'm sure that comes with money. So
I don't think.
Look, we're just.
I get you. I get that. That's a recompense. That's a punishment, right? To me, I don't think switching departments is going to cure this issue. Because I find this to be something across all police departments, that these bad apples are out here abusing their power because they got their tin badge on, and it's got to stop.
Well, I understand, but it's a start. You could at least say, look, we are going to take action if this type of thing happens, and you are no longer going to get this funding for this contract. I mean, they could be easily calling up, PBSO and being like, hey, can you send a bunch of boys down? We'll contract you. You know what I mean? Take some of your guys on overtime and ride them down to the stadium. I mean, there's 1,000 other legit police departments and organizations in Florida that could handle that.
There's thousands. Okay. And I get it, with the money that they're spending on the police departments to pay for them for that, maybe they should just say, nah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to hire our own private stuff
Private
now.
security. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
and that's crazy. And
yeah.
that's
Hey, I'm a fan of, because this is what happens when you relegate services to the state. This is exactly what happens.
Yep. You got to go to the private sector. So I don't know. I don't want to talk about it no more because we're going to get more on it.
We actually didn't intend to devolve, but it's obviously a hot topic. You know what I mean?
It makes me
up as soon as we brought up his name.
Bro,
But
every time we talk about it, I'm getting like hot
it makes
rashes.
me hot, bro.
I'm getting like I'm getting so mad about it because again, I've been messed with in some serious ways on several occasions. I gave just one instance. Okay, I've had quite a bit of run-ins where this stuff has been absolutely egregious and I could get nothing done about it.
I can't wait till the body cam footage comes out because we're gonna get audio.
Oh no! When we get this
Clear
body
audio.
cam footage, there's going to be just a show just about all of this, and we're going to play everything.
There's going to be clear audio on the exchange.
Yep. So
I can't imagine what escalated it to that level, other than words, and words ain't an excuse.
I don't care what he did, bro. I don't care. Unless he was called by someone that you've seen a weapon or life were threatened or something, that's the only way it warrants that type
any of those
reaction.
things. Drew would have had to bail him out last night. Any of those things.
So
that's the fallacy. That's the part that don't add up. It's like anything you would have done that warranted that, you'd still have him in cusody.
Let's go ahead.
After all that, Tyreek goes on. Now that we'll get to the game. First of all, I'm sure Lewis probably has some limited time. You got any thoughts on the overall thoughts on the game yesterday, man?
Well, Culler, we kind of touched on it last night when I was backstage with you for a little bit. I'm happy that we got the win, right? The boys found a way to pull it out. Started off a little sluggish, ugly, rusty, whatever you want to call it. It just wasn't going, the game wasn't going our way. I'll just say this before we continue to talk about the game. If we show up 3 days from now with the same game plan, and specifically I'm talking about Mike McDaniel, I think we get smacked by the Buffalo Bills, right? Like,
that's definitely on my docket as something to talk about. So continue.
I can give a pass here and there. Hey, Durham Smythe had a drop or two. Okay, I can give that a pass. Tua missed a pass here or two. Okay, I can give that a pass. Over this course of a 60-minute ball game, Culler, in my opinion, Mike McDaniel, this was probably the worst I've seen him in the 2 years and one game that he's been the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. And my last statement will be something that you've been preaching to the community, Culler, since last year. The NFL has been played for over 100 years now. The game is played north and south. The game is not played east and west. And I'm just tired of seeing it's the same thing with the Dolphins. We get a positive run, a positive play from a throw or whatever, and then we're throwing to the sideline and we're losing 5 or 6 yards. Or it's a toss to the sidelines going east and west, and we're getting hit at the line of scrimmage or losing a yard or 2 yards.
Yeah, how did I call it last night, Lou? We smear out our offensive line all the way to the sideline.
One thought, and I just don't get it, bro. Mike McDaniel, I think, is smart enough to understand, or he should, and he needs to learn this real quick. The game is won and played north and south. Stop this east and west stuff, because I thought the game plan, and I don't know how you gentlemen feel about it, but I just thought the overall game plan was horrible yesterday by Mike McDaniel.
I mean, definitely at least in the first 3 quarters. I'm sorry, Cap. I just was gonna say real quick that it reminded me a lot of how the Ravens game played out when we had to come back and put up 6 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? It's like almost as if he finally said the same thing. What the hell am I doing? And change something, you know what I mean? But that can't be happening in the third quarter, man.
To me, listen, it's the thing I don't like about the West Coast offense, right? But when you don't establish yourself in a power type of action at the line of scrimmage and you just wait, what you're essentially doing is giving the other team an opportunity to assert themselves at the line of scrimmage. In which case, you can look.
Exactly.
Football has all of its nuances. You throw, you go outside. There's speed, there's strength, there's all this stuff. The line of scrimmage at all times, whether you're on offense or defense, is how the game will be decided more often than not. And if you're going to try to get tricky and say, hey, we're just going to let their D line tee off on us because we're just going to avoid them by going all the other directions, you invigorate that team and their confidence. Then later in the game, you're going to say, well, we've got to go and try to rewrite this ship through the in between the tackles. More often than not, it's too little too late when you try to do that. Luckily, this team is a real football team, and they found a way to believe in each other and continue to fight. And Javon Holland turning the tides as he did, which everyone followed suit afterwards. But it's got to be. I'm not opposed to the outside screens. I love it when Waddle gets that screen play where he comes back in. It's great, and they get some blockers outside. But you set that up after you've made them load inside the box. You don't try to, and I get it. The ideology is that, hey, we're going to stretch them out. They're loading the box, or they're playing more than 5 in the box, playing 6 in the box, 7 in the box, maybe. And so, okay, I'm going to spread them out so then I get better alignments for in between tackle running. To hell with that, bro. If there's 6 and 7 in the box, go at them anyhow. Make them pull in tighter. Then you smoke them on the edges. I don't know. Again, there's an ideology thing. It's a alignment thing. But Mike McDaniel and this team is at its best when they're firing off the ball, moving them back, and we're gouging them. And you saw that when Jeff Wilson got put in the game and started just tearing them up in between the tackles.
I think that might be exactly who you pointed out, Lou, last night in backstage was Jeff Wilson.
1,000%.
I mean,
it's crazy.
It's just a thing where, you know, it really felt like the first 3 quarters of this game were like the last 3 quarters of KC. It's like 6 straight quarters of just crap. And we know we can do better than that. This ain't on Tua. This ain't on, I mean, it's on the team, obviously, to perform. But, you know, at some point, you got to turn the ball up the field. You know, most people don't even realize that 80% of the league is running West Coast because you wouldn't recognize it. Because at some point, the game still has to move north and south. And I just think it's so heavy on, you know, trying to outflank these defenses, and they're just too fast for that.
Well, I think Mike McDaniel needs to watch his speed intake, right? He's becoming addicted and soon to be what's the word I'm looking for? You got a sugar imbalance. He's going to be insulin dependent on needing speed, using it to the outsides. I get it. It's really hard not to be overly excited about the speed we possess as a football team and trying to get it to the outsides and create bad angles for the defense with our speed. It's an impossibility.
I really like Mike McDaniel as a coach overall.
Well, I love it.
I think he's doing a fantastic job. But at some point, we have to talk about, dude, you just ain't really got it with the play. Your play designs are unbelievable, bro. But you have no idea
clock management, and flow of the game as far as play calling. Still, you know, sometimes it's like they can't miss. Other times it's like they can't get it together. I will say this: he did pivot at halftime and called a damn good game the third and fourth quarter.
Well,
so maybe it's changing, right? Maybe it's changing.
Well, that was gonna lead me to get, you know, to the positive. One of the positive aspects of yesterday And that's why I loved being able to open the show with Tua's reaction after the game. Apparently, you know, he it's reported that he had a pretty effective, invigorating locker room speech at halftime. And you know, I was just looking at the box score. I'm going to start to get into some of these stats. Because we're already, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tyreek done burned our hour, bro.
Yeah, dog, we already got a whole hour in here, Culler. I feel like we just started this.
I'm about needing to drop the link here pretty soon, you know. But we'll get into some of the numbers here, and you know, the first thing that stands out to me is something that, you know, everybody here knows. I'm a bit. I haven't talked about it in a while, but the point still remains and will always remain in this NFL. You can if you put a goose egg up in the third quarter, you're losing the game. Period. And I would venture to say that I'm probably 90% accurate if you go look at box scores of games.
I would say out of all of the Dolphins' victories in the past 20 years, if you looked at what they scored, if you look at the games in which they didn't score any points in the third quarter that they won, I would say out of 100 games, they won 10 of them that way.
There might be 10 that we put a goose egg up in the third quarter. Now, when I look at this line from yesterday, we got Miami 0, 7, 7, and 6. We came out in the third quarter on our first possession of the third quarter, and we put up a tutty. Maybe it wasn't our first possession. I don't remember. But we got out the third quarter with 7 on the board.
That was the Javon Holland turnover in the
turnaround. Right.
That's where the game swung.
Right. So it wasn't our first possession, but before the end of the third quarter, we got out of there putting a touchdown on the board. Jacksonville's line 7, 10, 0, and 0. They put a goose egg up in the third quarter, and they lost the game.
And I just want to say this, and some people are given flowers, and they should. I will as well. And you know, we're talking about what the offense, how they turned around in half. We're talking about Javon Holland too, right? Mm-hmm. But I will say this: Weaver, our new defensive coordinator, called a hell of a defensive game. From snap one where Calais Campbell, you know, gets in there and sacks to the end of the game, finishing off with Emmanuel Ogbah. Shout out to Emmanuel Ogbah. Can't keep a good Ogbah down. Can't keep a good Ogbah down, bro. Homie came back with a vengeance. He gets the sack.
We'll get to him when we start handing out game balls.
Bro, sacked by him after, dude, he was pressures, sacks. He was there on run stops, in the backfield, tackle for, dude, everything. And then Jalen Phillips to cap it off. What a hell of a defensive play calling and performance and scheme. I like it personally. I like how ferocious our defensive front has become under Weaver.
Hold that thought for just a second, because there's an interesting number that correlates with what you were just talking about. So real quick, you're right about Weaver, because ultimately, in his very first debut, you can look at, we had the big play against us. It looked like we were getting run all over, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but we held them to 17 points yesterday. The championship level average points per game is below 20 points per game.
Culler, we pitched a shutout that second half, bro. That defense pitched a shutout that second half.
Like I said, 17 points the entire game. That's a good start, regardless of what it looked like in the first couple of quarters. Here's the thing. When it comes to the defense and to Jacksonville putting up a goose egg in the third quarter, they were in position to score. We saw what happened. You know, for those that didn't get to watch or who aren't Dolphin fans, Etienne was on his way into the end zone to put up that those points in the third quarter. And Javon Holland made a spectacular punch out of the football, then was covered by Kader Kohu in the back of the end zone. And that literally caused them to put up with a goose egg in the third quarter. So to me, and then you have the very next play, a touchdown to Tyreek. Obviously, that's momentum, speed, all of it is enhanced because of that. So I credit that 7 points in the third quarter to our defense. Bottom line. I mean, and okay, so real quick, first down, 17 for the Jags, 18 for us. I won't get into the nitty gritty on how they were obtained. We were 8 for 16 on third down. That's 50%. You can live with that. We need to improve that number a little bit. Jacksonville was 2 for 10 on third down. So there you go. Shout out to our defense again. Jacksonville 0 for 1 on fourth down conversions. We all saw, and I'm going to have to use that stat to shout out to the man you saw in the locker room video at the beginning of the show. Number 5 is alive, baby. Jalen Ramsey. Just absolutely heat-seeking missile down the line of scrimmage to get the first hit on the guy to stop him from getting that first down on fourth. That was absolutely a gem of a defensive performance put on by Jalen Ramsey yesterday. Just
he had some bad angles there in the first, gave up the touchdown to Brian Thomas Jr., but righted the ship as well as everyone else, and that second half
to put on a clinic, dude.
Yep.
Now we were also 0 for 2 on fourth down, but we shouldn't. We all know why. We all there again back to criticizing Mike McDaniel. I mean, bro, just okay. I'm not going to get into that. We shouldn't have gone for it on one of them at least. Total plays 50 for the Jags, 60 for us. Total yards 267 for the Jags. 400 total yards of offense for the Miami Dolphins. Both teams had 11 drives. Miami was 6.2 yards per play. That's nice because that will always keep you in third and short. And the Jags with 5.3 yards per play. So we were bending a little bit. We saw that throughout the game on defense. Tua 23 for 37, 8 yards per pass, 0 interceptions thrown, and was sacked 3 times while losing 19 yards. On the other token, Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence sacked 3 times. And I want to get to those sacks because it's alluding to what you were talking about, Cap. Number 1 game ball. I got a bunch of game balls to give out. I don't just give out one game ball around here. I'm color commentary. I give out as many game balls as I want. And the first game ball goes out to the 16-year veteran who is still bringing it right out the gate on game 1. Debut game, first sack of the game. Absolutely brilliant by Calais Campbell. First game ball.
Anybody missing Christian Wilkins at this point?
Thank you, Lou. I'm glad you followed it up with that question. Who? I'd love. You know what? I should jump over and look at the Raiders stats from yesterday, but I won't put it on him too hard.
Yeah, I don't think he played, Culler.
Oh, didn't play. Wow.
Yeah.
Healthy scratch or?
Wait a second. He didn't play at all?
Well, you meant like play. Yeah, he played in the game. He just didn't show up with any plays or
he didn't play.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Fantasy point.
Are you saying, Lou, that teams are now, because he's worth all this money in the bag and celebrated as one of the best defensive tackles, they're not going to give him one-on-one matchups anymore?
Well,
the Raiders aren't scheming him up to have no one blocking him to come in on a sack to get, what did he get last year? 8 sacks?
Well, he got 9.5 last year, and since I like to start fires, I'll just say the reason he didn't perform well yesterday is because he didn't have Zach Seiler next to him. Because when we talked
Facts.
about salt and pepper, I think it was more of the salt and less of the pepper. If you catch my drift.
Yep. Oh, I forgot. Calais Campbell gets the second game ball. The first game ball goes out to everybody who hit the like button already, and anybody who hits it now. Shout out to everybody in the chat listening, in the audience listening. Appreciate y'all. I forgot to say hi to some people this morning. And I don't know who was in here first, but I think it was
right.
Omar. Fins up, Omar. Good morning to you. First one in the chat, followed by Vamos Gatos. You know him as Canes 89. Probably the most diehard. He probably loves the Canes more than anybody I know.
Yeah,
like genuinely loves him, like they're his teddy bear. You know what I mean? He puts him on the little nightstand next to his bed every night and pets his head. You know what I mean? Like,
damn.
anyway, Flava J. What's up, Flava J? Hooked up Joe coming in this morning. Dolphin Dawn, of course. Adam Sadowski. Brian's Brains. And, of course, the Jamaican from Zion. And Rashad. I see Rashad, man. Coming you for that Durham Smythe catch rate, young man. Oh, I know. Well, thank you for calling me a young man, Rashad. I appreciate that.
I thought that was classy of him. I do want to address somebody in chat, Gabriel Sosa, talking about the pass interference penalty that Ramsey committed in the end zone there. That there's two reasons why I did it. Number one, save the touchdown, which they ultimately got anyhow, and he gave up the next play. But if in that alignment on him, that comes up in the stat sheet that he gave up a touchdown, and he don't want that in his stat sheet. So that there's some of that.
Right.
Oh, look what the cat drug in, bro.
Oh, I know. I was just gonna pull it up because it's so. He must not have heard me. I was putting it on him last night. And this morning in Miss Finn's chat, I was putting on him. What are we capping about today? Batman says it's Victory Monday, and here sounds like we lost by. What do you mean, man? We're being positive around here. I'm trying to emulate my inner Stephen D for y'all, bro.
You know what? First of all, Batman. I don't know. I didn't even know he was allowed on YouTube anymore. That's crazy.
I know.
That's number one. Number two,
they allow casuals on YouTube anymore.
Number two, you know, he just got here, so he don't know what's going on. So, you know, that's Batman's problem. He's always speaking on something as if the world just started with his entry into it. It's crazy. You know, the guy is nuts.
It was somebody brought up by Miss Finns this morning that Batman was so way off on that you're like, that you realize. I realized at that point, I'm like, man, Batman is a casual.
Oh yeah, total casual.
Damn.
I can forget who it was though, but we don't even need to go. We don't even need to remember who it was.
Well, maybe it was Jose pointing out that Batman was caping for Wilkins. You know, as if it was his long lost lover.
You can add him to the list, but it was somebody else. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, I remember who it was. Jeff Wilson Jr.
Oh yeah, wanting to kick him up off the team. I've been preaching Jeff Wilson Jr.
I've been sitting there telling everybody he's been having a strong camp. He's been showing out at camp. And he's over here kicking him off the team, man, already. You know,
Well, Culler, remember what I told you yesterday? I think it would be a perfect time for me to kind of say it now with Batman, obviously, in the chat. Devon A-Chain, who played a hell of a game yesterday, I would say more as a receiving
I think I know what you're about to say.
Than a running threat. But the one time that we did score where Devon A-Chain scored yesterday from the running back perspective, right? It was unbelievable. And I got a screenshot that I'm going to be posting on Twitter later. Maybe I sent it to you guys to bring it up.
I can't wait.
But right behind the broad shoulders of one number 74, Liam Eichenberg, moving his guy out the way.
Plowing the field.
Yup.
So it's funny. We score. Your Batman loves positivity, right? He don't want no capping. He wants us to be positive. Batman, you are correct. We won the game. No, behind the shoulders of Leon Eichenberg making a key block to get A-Chain in the end zone. Shout out to number 74.
Yep, I'll tell you what. After Liam Eichenberg gets a extension this offseason, I might get me an Eichenberg jersey, dog. I might get me an Eichenberg jersey. Be out here ripping the 7-4. Be out here ripping the 7-4 in this bitch. Now, I do want to say this, right? We know Batman's a casual. That's okay. We accept all casual fans of all creeds and colors and shapes and sizes, and brain deficiencies and learning disabilities. In Batman's case, we do want everyone to have a fun time and be good. I see Culler has just dropped the link. I know he's going to upload the floodgates. Timeouts are in effect. This could get hairy, right?
Yep, I'm putting it in now just to prepare it because I want to just finish out the numbers on offense real quick, and then while we bring some people up, while we load it up and all that, we have a whole bunch of media availabilities to run through, quick couple minute clips of plenty of the players speaking out. And I think we're getting Tua will be talking at 5:15 this evening. From what I understand, he'll be addressing the media.
Looks like crypto will get a piece of that action.
Yeah, they already have it like the notify me on Miami Dolphins YouTube page for Tua at 5:15. So hit your, make sure you're checking us out. Hit your notification bell. We'll be bringing it to you one way or another. Don't give them more. They already got zillions of viewers, man. They got plenty on their own. Just come to the tailgate. We'll take you through it. And we're hoping maybe we get Mike McDaniel to come through. I haven't refreshed my page in a minute. And see if he hasn't. He did have some things to say yesterday, but it'd be nice to hear the Monday morning dissemination from Mike McDaniel. Real quick, make sure y'all are hitting the like button. I can't stress it enough. It's the easiest and most free way to support the channel, and it also tells the algorithm that people like this, man. So come check it out. So help us out there. Real quick, passing Tua, as I said, was 23 for 37, 319 yards. So a perfectly productive statistical day for Tua. You gotta love the 300-yard game. Especially the way things.
Wait a second. I thought he threw 336 yards.
Well, I'm showing 319 on ESPN's stat page for the Gamecast page.
Huh.
Maybe they've been updated. I don't know, but either case, good solid 300+ yard performance against a tough defense and a well-coached team, a playoff team. And out of the gate, not having played a game in, what did Ali say, 200 and something days. So, we got the dub. We should be absolutely happy with that. But we should also recognize that, you got stuff to fix. But you also, as Batman points out, we have to say, okay, look, if you noticed every team around the league, it looked like everybody was still hanging in preseason. It's not an excuse.
It was a slow start for a lot of people.
It's not an excuse, but the fourth quarter did show what we have the potential to be if we just execute right out of the gate, hopefully starting at 8:15 on Thursday night when we bring in the Buffalo Bills up in here to kick their ass. I'll be going to that game, but I got to find a different way to park, man, because that gray parking just ain't going to work. Sorry, it just ain't gonna work.
Don't listen, Culler. Do not be speeding around the stadium. I don't need the video of color commentary getting, abused by the PD department down there. Because I mean, listen, I'm already hot.
I was flagging people. I was backing people out of their parking spots, and nobody got
I'm
in
so
any
hot
yesterday,
about what they did to my boy Tyreek that if they do it to Culler, I don't know if I'm gonna make it, dog. I'm gonna lose my shit, dog.
So here we go.
Batman,
rushing attempts.
Leader, sorry,
Luke.
No, I was just
It
answering Batman's question. The passing leader, I believe, is Tua Tagovailoa after week
Tua
one.
is number
Oh, yeah.
one right now, but we still have one
We
game to
still have a
play.
game to play tonight, but we'll see.
We do.
You know.
Aaron Rodgers and Brock Purdy could have something to say about it.
But you
And I'll
also
tell
have
you
two
what,
tough defenses coming tonight.
that's true. That's true. So they could
I
have way
wouldn't
less.
expect
Tua
big
could be
yardage.
the passing leader. But, you know, I will say this. Matthew Stafford looked like he was going to get a shot to overtake it. But last night, Lions put the game away and keep
You know, Batman, you got to realize it is the man signed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all on board with the puffing him up now, bro. It don't matter to me, bro. Say what you got to say. That's right. 319 yards. Who else put it up? You know, nobody. We did.
I will
might have
say
looked
this.
ugly as hell doing it, but we got the damn job done. You know what I
will
mean?
give real quick color. I'm going to give Batman his flowers because he was the first Dolphins fan in the community to get the tramp stamp to a near tramp stamp tattooed on his backside. And
Right.
you know, there is, you know, I made fun of him for a while about it. And especially when I seen it on him at the game, we ran in. He reached down to give me a beer out of the cooler, and I said, "What's that?" Pulled his shirt up, said "to a near." Had some of those Hawaiian flowers.
And you didn't
Had some of
snap
those
a picture?
Hawaiian flowers. I didn't. It just kind of shocked me. I didn't know what his deal was really.
You were in shock.
I was kind of shocked. This was like kind of the first time him and I were kind of hanging out and stuff. So
You're like, what's
there's a
this
little
dude
bit of that.
showing me his tramp stamp for? Right.
Yeah,
right.
it was kind of a little forward, if you catch my drift. So but I'll say this, right? You know, he's ahead of the curve. So I'll give him that.
Right.
There's his flowers
look,
ahead of the curve.
And look, this is why Denver happened last year. Because we're sitting here struggling and putting up 300 plus yards passing on 37 attempts. We had 25 rushing attempts yesterday and still put up 300 plus yards passing.
I just want to know when Cap says that Batman got a tramp stamp and he was ahead of the curve, does that mean, Cap, you're next with the tramp stamp?
No, yeah. I like what you did there, Lou. No. Not for me, bro.
I'm starting to identify where the crux of yesterday's sluggishness really came from. Because again, 25 rushing attempts, 81 yards. That's 3.2 yards a carry. That is not us. We are way better than that. Okay. But here's the number that kicks it in. 9 penalties for 103 yards.
Crazy, bro.
Crazy. Now, obviously, it is what it is. We won and all that. But if you're wondering why we didn't put up 450 yards passing and 150 yards rushing, it's because of those 9 penalties.
So I just want to address Jose and chat asking me.
0 interceptions, 0 fumbles lost. We won the turnover battle. 33 minutes of time of possession to their 27 minutes. And that's a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, those are the stats that win.
Shit.
I will say this to Jose. Didn't feel it, but I will say it looked as smooth as a baby's bottom. That's what I will say.
Ah, man.
Just crazy. So, Culler, are you going to show these videos and let people up? Or are you going to let people up and show some of the videos? What are you planning on doing? Did we lose Culler? Uh-oh.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him either.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Yeah.
Are we showing these videos and then
I had to let the chat scroll up enough to pin the link. Now that I know crypto is not going till 3, we can go a little into bonus time if y'all want past noon, since we're a little delayed from the Tyreek talk. But you know, you can make it worth my while too. I'll go as long as you want once the melee starts. But I wanted to make sure Lewis had a chance to make sure he got it, all of what he needed to get out before. Because I know you don't like the cafeteria talk as much. You know.
Oh no! Listen, I'm just here. So I'm just here so I wouldn't get fined, man. Nah, listen,
Yeah, good.
I'm always going to support the Fins Tailgate Network, man. This is family, this is home, and again, I told you guys when these ideas first came up, like when I have time, I'm up here with you guys. So
Yep.
it is
And
what it
that
is. We're
being
family.
said, I don't know if I talked to you since then, but fantastic show the other night on Insomnia with you and Tony with the Blitz pickup going at
Yeah, dude, I went back and watched it. Shit was hilarious. It was
Insomnia
a great
boys.
show.
Yeah, absolutely
I
great.
appreciate
Y'all
it.
got some great chemistry and Finsanity too. I don't know in y'all's pick'ems battle. I don't know which clan she's rolling with, or she's
on the
completely
winning
independent.
side, bro. That's all that really matters.
Right,
She's on the
right.
winning side. We know that. Whoever wins, that's whose side she's on, bro.
But if you want more of that chemistry between Lou and Tony, because they work well together, and also you guys' main host Alex over there at Blitz Pickup, right? Tell us a little bit more about Blitz Pickup and what people could expect on there. And I know you guys got shows in the bank already, and they've been great. So, you know.
Hey, yeah, I appreciate that, Culler. Yeah, it's just me and Tony. It's kind of like a debate format to where Alex is gonna give you input as well, but he's gonna pose certain topics and questions, and me and Tony usually don't agree on a lot of things, so it's gonna be a lot of debate, kind of like almost like a Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp, Stephen A. Smith kind of show, and we got some other different ideas that we'll be laying out here soon, but that's pretty much the gist of it, man. And the support has been great so far within the community. So, but again.
So real quick, Lou, I got to ask the question. Who's Skip Bayless and who's Shannon Sharp in this scenario here?
Well, Cap, you shouldn't even ask that damn question. You know what it is. Tony is definitely the Skip Bayless of the show. It's horrible. Ever since I started over there, my back has been hurting a little bit. I have been carrying the show.
Oh, bro, God dang, bro, oh man, that's crazy.
But again, it's been an honor and a privilege so far, man. Tony is again, I've met a lot of great people, starting with the Fins Tailgate, right? Like
Tony's a good one. Tony's a good one.
All you guys I would consider brothers, and to do a show now with Tony and Alex, two guys that I would consider brothers as well. I'm just been truly blessed since entering the Dolphin community, man. So, but yeah, that to answer the question, I am the Shannon Sharp for sure. There is no question.
Lulu, are we going to call you Lulu?
Instead of Shay, they call you Lulu.
Shay would call you Lulu.
I don't know about the Lulu color. We might have to come up with a little bit better than that. But
yeah, we got to think. We have to. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
Well, I guess we'll go ahead and.
How about Lucito? I like that Grumpy Fin calls you Lucito. I think that's
there
the way
you go.
Lucito.
Lucito is good. I can.
Lucito is pretty good.
It's better than Lucita, I mean,
exactly.
If
I understand my Spanish correctly.
yeah. The A is feminine and the O is masculine.
So real quick, we got a couple guys hanging in back. Man, nobody wants to take. It's Monday morning. It's Victory Monday,
bro. Embarrassing. I mean,
where's the show been on Monday mornings? And nobody wants to come up and talk no more. That's okay, because I don't want a whole melee anyway. I mean, y'all get out of hand,
Let's call it for what it is, bro. They're usually scared. We're not as inviting as as the other morning show. People get kind of scared.
Well,
I don't know why.
Once I get my
Lou.
cam back on and I can show that smile,
That's right. That $1 million smile color.
Yeah,
God,
right.
That's right.
Yeah,
Hell
right.
yeah.
It's gonna be $1 million if I don't take care of myself better.
Oh well, it's fucking laissez blah.
Anyway, we'll start with Hooked Up Joe, because I know Hooked Up Joe, man.
Joe?
Likes to be able to get a thought out before who's coming up and back, because who's coming up next.
Oh yeah, somebody in back right now is ready to go guns a-blazing.
He always has a lot of energy, so we'll let Hooked Up Joe get his thoughts out, man.
Yeah, and I'm always over positive, so that's what I'm going to
do.
Do.
Over positivity around here. This is the new Fins Tailgate morning show with color commentary, coffee and a cup of color. We are all about positivity here. We're all about stimulating talk. That's where the coffee reference comes in.
The defense, I thought, it's their first time they've ever played a real game with live bullets with a brand new defensive coordinator and a brand new scheme. And I was worried. And to see them get it together and just completely shut out the other team, the Jags in the second half was amazing, and gives me some serious confidence in the defense. I mean, I kind of, man, that first half, our offense couldn't do anything, which was really laying it on the defense. And for them to not get discouraged and say our freaking offense is just not pulling their load, they kept going at it.
Mhm.
And I can't say enough good stuff about our defense. I mean, they only tried to throw the ball like 21 times and made 12 of them. I mean, to me, I was like, man, they're just tearing us up, throwing the ball on our secondary. Our secondary sucks, rant. But when you look at the stats, man,
Yeah.
they were effective, but
Overall,
they
that's why I was trying to tell people, Joe, when you're looking at defense, you can't be in the moment with defense, because defense is like, it's reactionary. You know what I mean? The offense knows the play.
And yeah, defense can give up, say, 28 points and 500 yards of offense. But if they got, they got 4 turnovers, it kind of
Right.
negates all that. You know what I'm saying?
If they put up 400 yards of offense on you and you win the game, likely your defense got a 4th down stop or a goal line stop
somewhere.
People got to look at defensive games in totality. That's why I'm really heavy on the points per game number.
Exactly.
Anthony Weaver, 17 points per game right
really
now.
where it's at. That is a clear measure of how your defense is failing you or serving you. Well, if you're only scored 17, if your offense can't put up more than 17 points, you don't belong in the NFL.
And that's what it boils down to, because our points per game have been pretty much the same. I mean, even as we switched defensive coordinators and did all that, you look at our points per game.
It's gotten a little high, hooked up, Joe, the last season or two. It's starting to get a little high, but it has been right around. Well, with Flores, it was consistently about 21.5. We've crept up to 23.5, 24. But the problem with that is that when you're rocking 30 points a game, they're not all going to be 30-point ball games. If you're rocking 35 points a game, chances are 23 points a game on defense is enough. You know what I mean? But 30, it's like, yeah, your offense is awesome at 30 points a game, but is that really enough to withstand a 23, 24 point per game defense? When you talk about the losses that you end up getting are to the good teams, let's say, which is the narrative, that we're trying to squash and all that,
Absolutely. I think the best way for me to kind of describe how the defense performed yesterday, how well they performed, right? And Culler, you were going through the numbers. We all up here can probably agree that the offense, it didn't live up to the hype of what we thought this offense would be, especially coming into the season. Our offense had 400 yards. The Jaguars had 287, bro. Basically, the Dolphins, with the offense not living up to par, was 100+ yards better than what.
That's what I meant earlier, Lou, about we were struggling and we still put up 400 total yards of offense.
Right. So that just goes.
When we don't struggle against a team like Jacksonville, you get Denver.
You do get Denver. Absolutely. So that's just should show people how well our defense did perform, especially in the second half of that game.
And on the offensive side, that was kind of my take. I didn't really see anything new or exciting. I mean, I was hoping to see effective running, different style of running, sneaky tight end play, any type of tight end play at all. And
somebody brought it up earlier in chat, hooked up, Joe. Do you think there's any validity to a possible notion that, I don't want to say holding back, but look, we've got a big time rival coming up Thursday on a short turnaround.
Culler, I said this the other day.
I mean, how many cards were we really wanting to show yesterday? You know what I mean?
I was saying this. Listen, a couple of
I know
things I
that's
want to.
Pollyannish, but still, I'm trying to be
Couple of things,
Pollyannish
right?
here. You know?
A couple of things. Number one, keep an eye on Devon Achan, who a little birdie told me he got a little rolled up on and his ankle's bothering him today.
Uh-oh.
And on a short week, he may be inactive, in which case Jalen Wright could be in and look for him to get some.
Which makes you feel a little bit more at ease when you wonder why he was a healthy scratch yesterday.
Well, again, they've got a stable of running backs that they like, and if Devon Achan isn't 100%, we know Mike McDaniel's not going to put him in there, and
bottom
especially
line,
when we got a guy,
when you got a veteran like Wilson doing what he did yesterday,
yeah,
why are you going to bust out all your points? You know what I mean?
And having the fresh legs of Jalen Wright. So, fantasy owners of Devon Achan, keep a lookout because he's going to be a game time decision. Mark my words. The injury report will be coming out today or tomorrow, and keep an eye on it because I'm telling you he's going to end up on it. Whether or not they activate him or deactivate him, we'll wait to see. That's number one. Number two, oh man, I just had it.
Number two, you just had it and you dropped it.
It dropped to number two real quickly.
He dropped the two.
Damn. Oh, I had speculated that, in that first half, were the Dolphins trying to be vanilla, in a way?
Vanilla would be a better way to say holding back. Yeah, I would say vanilla.
Were they trying to be vanilla in a way?
Maybe a little cookies and cream, not quite chocolate though. You know what I mean?
And so and were they holding back? Because just like in week one last year, right? We saw in the preseason what the team was doing, and then week one against the Chargers, they did all this pre-snap, motion back and forth stuff, like it was crazy. Right. And we didn't see like a brand new Miami Dolphins like I thought we were going to see week one. Are they saving that for the week two matchup Thursday night against the Bills? That's the question. That's a narrative I want to be looking in. I want to see what this offense has and does differently from week one to week two. And I'll tell you what, if they come out straight brand new, I'm gonna go, oh yeah, they held back week one.
Well, and that's when we'll know. And but that's what gave me the thought, or at least gave me the thought that what you had suggested there might be some validity, is that listening to that locker room speech after the game from McDaniel, it's like, and what do we got next? We got an opportunity. They've been waiting for this opportunity all offseason. I bet they've been game planning stuff under the tent that we ain't seen. I mean, otherwise McDaniel ain't worth his weight. You know what I mean?
They got things that they didn't roll out yesterday.
If Buffalo is not sticking in McDaniel's craw, then he ain't a good coach. That's just all there is to it.
No, and you get them on a short week, second game of the year. Buffalo was in a dogfight yesterday. Lou, I think you perfectly pointed it that those Cardinals gave Buffalo all they could handle. That was word for word what you said. They got to then go, after narrowly beating the Cardinals in a tough game, down to Miami on a short week to face hopefully a Dolphins team that has held back some of their game plan they plan to release against them. So
but there again, Buffalo also showed, before you respond, Lou, Buffalo also showed what happens when when you struggle. In other words, Buffalo ain't going to be like Jacksonville and, we got to fumble and turn things. No, they're going to have 28 points on the board before we know it if we come out struggling like that.
1,000%. I think all you guys are spot on. I think the Miami Dolphins, even in the preseason, when we seen Jonnu Smith in like some jet sweep situations and stuff, we didn't see any of that yesterday. So to y'all's point and the Culler's point, I that's what I was going to say, because I think you gentlemen played the video last night where they showed Tua walking into the locker room first, then Mike McDaniel addressing the team, and then Jalen Ramsey finishing it off. To Culler's point, go back for the people that haven't watched that video. Look at Mike McDaniel's facial expression as soon as he says, we all know what's coming in here Thursday night. it looked like the mind was already rolling. Like he already has, oh, I didn't show this, and this. I can't wait to debut it Thursday night against the Buffalo Bills.
As well as the physicality was. That's why I say
I like that take, buddy. I like that take.
Like yesterday. You know what I mean? Like physicality wise, to start the game, it was like, are we really playing a game here? You know, this feels like, because the last time I saw Jacksonville in our stadium was a preseason game. And it's like, that's kind of like what I thought. I'm like, what are we doing here all day long? You know, and it's like, until that big defensive
So
play.
real quick, did I don't want to say, did the Dolphins kind of look through the Jags a little bit?
It might be. You don't want to say that, but
I know, but
they'll always say no. They'll always say no. You know,
they'll say no, but like, you know,
I don't think they'll say no though. If you listen to Tua in his press conference, Tua exact quote was, "Oh, we basically thought we were going to show up. It's Sunday. It's going to be hot. We were just going to roll over this team." And then his words out of his mouth, I tweeted it back out with a quote tweet after it. His exact words were, "We got punched in the mouth yesterday." I think Cap is spot on. I think the Dolphins just showed up yesterday thinking, home opener, crowd is going to be behind us. We're going to roll over this team. And I do think they were looking forward to Buffalo on Thursday. Because if you think about the motto of this season, the team meetings have a 24 after it, right? Mike McDaniel brings up the number 24. Look at the speech yesterday. I think this is one of those games, and we hear the cliche, right? Oh, the games that are circled. I really do think there's a lot of people that are in this building that have this week circled up. This is the obstacle that has been beating the ever-living dog shit out of you for the past 4, 5, 6 years. I think they're already. I think they're coming out like gangbusters on Thursday, and I think
right. And I think they know, Lou. I think they also know that it ain't enough to just beat them the way we did the last time we beat them. We need to. We need to show the world.
It's got to be a statement.
We need We need to say we belong having this dub after this 1,000%.
Game.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Listen. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves talking about the game, but that's all right, I guess. I want the Dolphins. I want the Dolphins against Buffalo at home, a couple days from now, Thursday. I mean, it's Monday. We're talking freaking, 72 hours. This is going down. I want an absolute shellacking. I want to see the Dolphins outclass them in all three phases of the game and dog walk their asses out of the stadium. A statement game that puts the entirety of the NFL on notice would be, oh my God, that's what we need. Yep. That's what we need.
Now, if everybody's got their positivity out, I got to do it to you.
Bring them in.
I know. Fred, tell us how bad we were yesterday, bro.
I got a phone call.
That's my
all right.
See, Culler, see, that's where you get it wrong, man. I'm not coming with no negative energy.
I'm not coming. The whole panel's got to go.
Hold on. This is positive, Fred. This is positive, Fred. Go ahead, Fred.
I'm not coming with any negative vibes today, man. It was a good win, man. It was a good win. I give the whole team a game ball. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of want to say something about what Hooked Up Joe said. He said he didn't notice anything like significant yesterday in the game. However, I thought I seen something significant, man. And my point on that is, Tua, taking that extra split second to see wide receivers clear, and then get on the ball, not just settle. Not just settle for that.
Very good observation, Fred. Very good observation.
Okay, and not just settle for that first throw right there to Tyree.
His arm was live as hell yesterday too. Even overthrew a few people.
Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. Tua said that on the Tyreek 80-yard touchdown that Jalen Waddle was read number 1.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle was his first read.
I mean, that's that route that he hit him on. That's the second move that he hit him on in the
You
route.
know how you know? Because there was 2 guys and he had safety help. So you know that was
That's
the second read.
It's the second move.
And so,
And
you
I'll
know,
say this to further your point, Fred. I noticed something that Tua, and this is the growth I've seen from last year to this year, and he had a little bit of it last year, but not all year. When he has time in the pocket, he didn't get happy feet. He
exactly,
he sat, he
exactly.
scanned, and it was something to see.
Kept his
And I
base,
get it, right?
kept his
He kept
mechanics
his base.
about him.
When he stepped up and reset his feet, you could tell it was the second
Right.
read by how the angle of his feet was.
Yep.
He stepped up and reset his feet and squared his base up and uncorked one to
Yep.
Tyreek Hill for that monster fucking
And
touchdown.
to your point about uncorking that, real quick, I want to say this, like the way that ball crossed across those 2 defenders to a point where really only Tyreek could catch it. That was a big boy throw right there, man. That was a big boy throw. That was that throw that he kept trying. He's been trying to make his whole career. That we're like, you're not that guy. Well, yesterday he was that guy on that throw.
Right.
He made it.
He showed me that on it. He showed me that on that throw.
Hey, Culler, you've been to more games than probably all of us, living down there and stuff. You seen Tua live in person last year with the weight buildup. We all know that he lost weight this year. You were the only one I see on the panel that was in the building yesterday. On some of the escapes that Tua did and some of the runs that he had, did he look faster? Did he look more mobile to you?
Well, yeah, he was. It looked like he was able to, he's able to squirt out of the mess a lot quicker and sooner, which is what I've been kind of saying needs to happen. Like you need to abort that shit. If our offensive line is that bad, like
swear jar Color,
right
swear
away,
jar,
you know what I mean?
Swear jar Color, swear jar. I got you.
Right
real
on,
quick,
right
I would say this: Tua looked agile. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know if top line speed has been different, but his agility has taken a step forward.
It's the quickness, it's the fast twitch. I think that's what Lewis is really referring to. And yeah, I would say I agree completely. Now he did have that one rollout. Look, he did have that one rollout where he threw on the run, and it looked like that Tennessee throw. I'm not gonna lie.
I would say this:
happened.
week one, the off-season training that Tua did on his personal time, going to the what was the name of that thing again over there? I can't remember. QBIQ or something like that. I can't remember. That off-season training program that he decided to take and better himself showed up on the field in week one. Number one being his patience and poise in the pocket when he has time and resetting his feet and throwing it. The arm strength showed up, right? We've seen his arm strength. The ball looks like he's got more strength behind it. And then the third thing, the agility, running the ball and moving around in the pocket to buy time. If he can continue to keep at the things that he's done better, this is going to be great.
You know what, Cap, and the recognize one more thing, man, that I seen him do that. I thought he needed to do was you recognize this defense, man, is how they're doing, guys. Your wide receivers all over. Pull the ball down, recognize them like, oh man, I got open field. Take off, man. Just take off and run. Where he picked up about 15 yards for a big first down. You know what I'm saying? That was a huge play right there. You know what I'm saying? That was something I was advocating for Tua to recognize and do. And he came through with that right there. So yes, I did. There were two things that I always pushed back on him that I needed him to do, and he went ahead and done them.
Somebody clip this up right now. Fred is an official Tua near now.
No. Come on.
I know.
Nah.
He'll be here within the hour to fire your ass.
I don't know, Fred.
Sometimes less is more, Fred.
Someone go get Pete.
Okay, now one thing that that did ruffle my feathers, Color, when we were down there in field goal territory, man. You take that sack that knocks us out of field goal range, man. Come on, man. That was like a
Fred. He was trying. Fred, he was
I
trying to
said to
buy us
him, that's,
fucking time, dog. Shit happens,
I
man.
know, but there's a difference in trying to buy time, and bro, and you're in field goal range, man, and you get sacked for 12 yards. I understand getting sacked for 3 or something. Maybe you still got a chance for a field goal, but that field goal just took us right out of field goal. I'd like to see less of that, man. You know what I mean?
Sure,
Less of
so
that.
we can be critical of it.
That's part of capping off drives. I will say, to your point, we got that big play, I think, to Waddle, and we didn't capitalize on it.
Right, that's what
That-
I'm talking
okay,
about. Where we got,
yeah.
where we got
It was
freaking
still a big
sacked
play.
on
It
the way
was
out
still
of
a
that.
big play.
You know, part of that
Yeah.
was those 9 penalties I was talking about, because we got backed up a little bit on a penalty. Then it was, same old shit. You know what I mean? No, sorry, swear jar. But
on that big play to Waddle, man, I thought he would score on that, man. He, for some reason, Waddle always seems like we hear how fast he is, but then it's like certain players they play fast. I think Waddle is fast, but I don't know about the play speed with Waddle a little bit. Like
I know he does seem kind of awkward sometimes.
Yeah, I thought he when he first watching it on my TV, when he initially called it, I was like, oh, that's a house call. And then he's getting like hawked down. Now I just I don't know, man, but
You may just,
Well,
you may just be able to credit the Jags defender there. He may just be fast. You know what I mean?
Well, Lou, man, you know that's.
Remember, D-backs are supposed to be. Remember, Lou, D-backs are supposed to be the fastest guys on the team. You know what I mean?
Yep, because they ain't got the hands.
Well, Lou, that's one of the things right there. Like, it's what it is with Tua, bro. His balls are going to hang, bro, and have arc on them. With that right there, man.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
Right, hey, man, his deep balls are going to have arc on them, which lets defensive back, catch up to him. So I think if it was more on the line, man, Waddle takes that for a touchdown, bro. If it's just a little more strung out on the line, that's a touchdown, bro.
Real quick.
Didn't Waddle put on some
like
muscle?
Donald Henry saying.
Real quick. Fred saying Tua got deep hanging, low hanging, arching balls is a crazy ass take. That's all I know. That shit is crazy as fuck, bro. That is
man,
fucking
you know
wild.
what, man.
Somebody clip that shit,
you guys be thinking, man.
Telling you.
Hey, man, you see where I mean, man. I can't talk good about the guy. I can't talk
Nah, bro.
So that sounded like
you can talk good about his balls all you want, Fred. I don't give a fuck.
I want to get Cap for Life started here. He was up first, but real quick before I do, I almost forgot to finish my game balls. Speaking of balls hanging out, Fred.
You reminded
number
me.
1 game ball to Calais Campbell, 16-year veteran coming out and showing right up.
Absolutely.
Which I thought he would. Then you got victory lap. I got to take a victory lap. Look, I said the man would be ready. I said he was a freak of nature. I said it, and I was right. Jalen Phillips, 110%. He wouldn't have been out there if he wasn't.
Yo,
And
Culler
gets
said
himself a
it.
sack.
The moment he got injured, Culler said it. The moment he got injured, he goes, he'll be back week 1, and like nothing happened.
Yep.
So
and got a sack. So game ball to him. And then thirdly, bro, Emmanuel fucking Ogba. Excuse my French. Sorry, everybody. It's almost noon. I'm almost all right. But
the kids are in school.
Emmanuel Ogba, man. The guy gets, basically put out the pasture by us, right? Keeps his nose to the grindstone.
Turned on by the fan base.
Yep. Nose to the grindstone wherever he went. Comes back. Opportunity because, of the Shaq Barrett thing.
Quitter.
And bro, arguably shuts the rest of the game down. The last chance the Jags had by sacking Trevor Lawrence. Game ball. All 3 of them guys. All 3 sacks, all 3 game balls.
All 3 D linemen, all on defense. Real quick, throw it. I want to hear from Cap for Life, and then Sosa. I want to hear from new to
That's
the
G, I
panel.
think.
Welcomes. Oh, that's
Oh
G.
no, thank
I think
you,
so,
thank
yeah.
you very much, Chris. Thank you, Culler, and thank you everyone on the program. Yes, gentlemen, I'd like to say that this game was the second most exciting game of yesterday's events. I don't know what other game besides the Kansas City game you guys can tell me was more exciting. I didn't see the Tennessee game, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the way we finished this game as a unit. I think it's very exciting to see the progression coming up Thursday, guys. I think we got Buffalo. I think they're hurting. Josh Allen's hand is not going to be well. You take advantage of that. And bro, if we can win this game Thursday, stay on
Oh
top
yeah, I
for at
heard
least a
about
week
that
and a
little
half,
ding you got
that'd
there
be very,
yesterday.
very spicy. Very spicy.
Oh, I wouldn't finish yet, Trey. Yeah, I'll finish handing out game balls before the end of the show. The man took his own game ball right out of the hands of Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Javon, game ball.
Alec Ingold needs a game ball too for that big. What was it? 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
Oh yeah,
Oh
Ingold.
shit! Is that G?
That's G.
Nah,
Is that G?
Sometimes it's G.
G, is that you?
nah, that's Gabe. I used to be on with Steven all the time. Steve.
Oh yeah,
okay.
okay. Man,
Oh,
you
word
sound
up,
just
word
like
up.
G. And
Fuck yeah,
your
you do.
avatar has a big G, so we thought it was G.
Yeah, no. Well, welcome, Gabe.
I am
Appreciate
a G.
you, dog. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah.
Nah.
So give us reactions.
No, it was a gritty game. Like first half, I was speechless. My son's a Niner fan, so he was pouring it on me. I told him, boy,
Oh dang, dude, you got your kid dogging you in the game.
Yeah, I told him, boy, y'all
Damn.
still gotta. I told him, y'all gotta play tomorrow. I'm going for y'all because y'all are playing the Jets, but if y'all lose, I'm gonna laugh in your face.
Yeah, you have to. You have
for
to.
real. Oh,
Yeah,
hell
and see now the pressure's on him because we got the dub. So now he's sitting there tonight, sweating bullets, man.
Yeah, and now you got to be now, Gabe. You got to be a good father and really pour it on him. That's what good father would do.
Well, you do that for us because I hate the Jets enough. I'll be rooting for your kid, man, because
yeah.
You know what was crazy yesterday? We're at B-Dubs watching the game. I'm from Roswell, New Mexico. I don't even know if y'all know where that's at.
Roswell? Yeah, we know where Roswell
we
is.
heard of that, but we weren't sure if it was a real place or not.
Well, the aliens, bro.
Yeah, that's what they say.
They call that dreamland out there, don't they? In that dreamland.
Gabe says it ain't nothing but a bunch of illegal.
Hey, that's why they had a show named after them. That's why they had a show named after them, Roswell.
Nah, but I was over there at B-Dubs, and I'm like the only. I mean, I know Dolphin fans, but everybody that knows me thinks I'm the only Dolphin fan here in town. But these other 2 dudes walked in. They're in their Dolphin gear, and they walked by me. They're like, "Hey, man, you're the only one with class in here." And I was, "Oh yeah,
hell yeah."
His name was Pablo, and he was from Miami. They're traveling. They're just driving him and his son, or driving through the country.
What was his name?
Pablo.
Oh, Pablo. I thought you said Todd.
Yeah.
I was going to be like, yo, that might have been Todd Labruto.
Nah, man. Pablo, yeah, we got a couple of Pablos here in Florida. That's for goddamn sure.
He's like an older man, white beard, long hair. Like he kind of look like Santa Claus in a way.
Oh, yeah. That's
fucking the Santa Claus Pablo?
Familiar.
No way. That's a rare Pablo around these parts.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Yeah, but it was crazy. And then, so the table I was with, they're like, man, you got to take a picture with them. You don't see Dolphin fans around here. So they made me take a picture with them and everything. That shit was funny, though.
Hell yeah, dog.
That's nice.
Good. The team bringing people together as it's supposed to do. Literally on the panel now, doing what we're doing. Everybody in all different places, whether you're in the state or without the state. I mean, damn, dude. Yesterday we had somebody in from Brazil. We got people all over New Zealand, Japan. We got fans Netherlands. We've got diehard fans in
American Samoa,
Germany. In Germany, we've sold 2 TFTG Finn's Tailgate flags to Germany. Riddle me that.
Hell yeah.
Riddle me that.
Damn.
Riddle me that.
Awesome.
So
crazy.
we've got peeps all over.
We should
and that's
figure
what
out who they
about
are
this.
and go visit them, bro. On
Bro, I would totally go and hang out. Listen, I got my uncle's wife is German. And her whole family lives back in Germany. And one of these days, I'm gonna go out there and party down with these Germans.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show them how Americans get around.
Bro. I can bring the translator.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
don't
Yeah.
need no.
My
Color,
mom
I
does,
speak.
man. She can translate.
Color, I speak all languages, dog. I don't have to know
Yeah,
what they saying to know that we could speak the same language. You feel me?
that's music. Music.
That too. That too. Newfoundland and Canada. What's good?
What's up, Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
Finland was good.
Hey, shout out to him, bro. I remember that guy was saying a long time ago, he's like, you can't let this go out without finishing what we started. And I agree with Finland, bro. You got to finish what we started to see the finished product. And let's see what happens Thursday, man. But for so far, so good. I like it.
So, Alex, I see Alex has made it here.
Well, real
Welcome,
quick, while
Alex.
we're on the field, real quick before we get to Alex, on the feel good stories, kid sitting next to me was his first game, and yesterday, and man, what a treat to have a game like that where your defense, the crowd gets involved, defense gets involved, you know what I mean, like close game. He'd have been bored if it was a blowout, man. He got a real treat for a first game, man.
That crowd's coming Thursday, Culler. Buffalo
Hold on a
screwed Thursday,
second.
bro. I don't care what anybody says.
Rashad, are you asking about me on social media or Cap for Life?
Man, we
Hey,
got to
no, that
start.
bet was not entitled on YouTube, buddy. That bet's on Twitter, but not on YouTube. You can't touch me here. I have asylum.
Oh, wait a second. You lost a bet?
No, I lost a bet with K-Mac for 8 weeks and not to touch Twitter, but that was not nothing talking about YouTube, bro.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Hey,
Gotcha. First of all, damn.
This is kind of not Dolphin topic, but it is. I was real hurt yesterday when they took that touchdown away from Gesicki.
Oh, they took one away from Gesicki.
You didn't see that?
No.
He had a touchdown in the back corner, and
I forgot to check up on Gesicki's performance yesterday.
Because he plays for Cincinnati, and so he wanted to give it to New England. And
Rashad's saying it was social media, bro.
Get up here, Rashad. Get up here, Rashad, to explain everything. We need to know what's going on.
Rashad, get up here, bro.
I didn't even watch the game. Though on the Patriots and the Bengals, but apparently a lot of people in my fantasy league dropped the city after this game.
Oh man!
So maybe
real quick. Real quick, Alex, hold on real quick. Because I sent something to Culler and Cat, and the offensive line grades, because again, all off season and in Dolphin land, it's a hot topic. It's how are we going to protect Tua, the offensive line, how are they going to play? Well, the grades are out. One guy I would say played terrible, right, according to the grades. But what's because Culler says it all the time, Liam Eichenberg's name means what, Culler?
Oak Mountain. The
Oak Mountain yesterday graded out at a whopping 80%.
Wow.
80 grade.
And
80.1. 80.1.
Guess what percentage of snaps he took?
I said this, that Liam Eichenberg was probably the best lineman on that field yesterday.
Hey, shout out. There's 3 other, besides Eichenberg, 2 other Dolphin players that graded out with an 80 or higher.
Aaron Brewer. There's got to be another one.
Aaron Brewer, I believe. Yeah.
Austin Jackson and Teron Armstead both graded above 80. Jackson, 81.7. Armstead, 87.4. Eichenberg, 80.1. Brewer, 70.2. Robert Jones, who had a couple of penalties, 54.6.
Yeah.
54.6.
He was trash yesterday. He was absolutely trash.
Look. Okay, let's take it easy because the defensive front for Jacksonville is a formidable one. Okay, and I think Jones probably getting his feet underneath him. Right, we'll see how he puts it together. I expect a better performance out of him. This week. Rashad, I see Rashad. You made it to the panel. Give us the details on Cat for Life situation.
Yeah,
you're
we
saying
can't
it's
be
more than
supporting
that.
no crawfish.
Who?
Yeah, I mean,
the guy you owe $50.
Yeah, we can't be supporting no
I
crawfish.
told you, Cap, send me your Cash App, bro, so I can send that to you. I told you that in the last chat, but you didn't respond. I got you.
No, I got you.
So Rashad,
you got to get me back in there, bro.
Tell us what
You
the
gotta pull some
actual
strings.
verbiage of the bet was.
Well, from my understanding, Cap is not supposed to show his face until after half of the season or no social media
Correct.
platform.
No, you're right.
No, that's on Twitter. Stop, Rashad. It was a Twitter bet. It was on Twitter.
It was on Twitter, but
Oh.
I remember social media
You don't remember nothing.
K-Mac's not even. Why I remember Lewis
It's a
because
loophole, bro.
K-Mac
I have
isn't
asylum
on
here.
YouTube. He's not on YouTube, and I remember
I have
actually I
asylum.
was like, damn, like social media.
No. K Mac even said it in the
Okay, maybe
space.
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay,
Yeah, you're definitely wrong. K Mac said that Cat for Life because K Mac is only on Twitter and stays on Twitter. He said he don't want to hear Cat for Life on a Twitter panel for 8 weeks.
Hey, but
It had nothing to
K-Mac
do
can
with
come here
YouTube.
though, right? K-Mac can come here though, right?
Yeah, but he
K-Mac
don't
ain't
come to
pulling
you.
up here.
He don't come
He
to
ain't pulling
YouTube
up
anyway.
here.
But no,
Hey,
it was strictly the bet was strictly to stay away from Twitter, not
And
YouTube.
Marino's
I
goat
am a man
says
of my word. I am a man of my
Marino's
word.
goat says it was Twitter only. I'm more apt to go with Marino's goat. Just
Yeah,
saying.
I'm gonna take Marino's
Yeah,
word for it. That guy's on it.
No offense, Rashad, but Marino's goat's one of them righteous
Hey,
ones, man.
but real talk, with with the way we're going into Thursday night, with the way the offense
Oh wait, tell
performed.
us, I'm sorry, Alex.
Sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm glad you're here. I wanted to see if I projected correctly. What is your favorite word to describe the Dolphins offense yesterday, bro?
Resilient, bro.
Resilient. Yeah.
Oh, you had Cap. I
Cap, you
didn't mean to
messed it
put
up,
the
Cap.
words in his
Yeah,
mouth.
I was about
Other
to
than
say
the
that
word
too until Cap
I was
resilient.
blurted it
excited. I
out.
got anxious. I'm sorry.
I
Other
got a
than the
better word
word
to describe it.
resilient.
I got a better word to describe it. All right.
Go ahead.
Grit and gutty. Grit and gutty
Color, you were right.
performance.
Hey, I just want to say, Color, you need to play the lotto tonight. You were 100% right on that one. In our TFTG group
And there's
chat,
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
I should have been a psychologist in life.
Hey,
That's what I should have been.
I don't see.
What
Cap,
happened? What happened?
the El Cap.
nothing.
El Cap. You see, the thing about it is that it's not bad. It's not a bad thing at all because 4 years ago, this team would have found a way to lose this game.
Who said that? Mike McDaniel tell you that?
No, I'm saying it.
Neil
I'm
Driscoll
saying it.
said that.
I think McDaniel did say that.
40
He absolutely
years.
said it.
40 years of watching this team. 40 years old. Going to be 40 years old in 2 weeks. Okay?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And watching this team, this old Miami Dolphins would have lost this game. Would have
You know
found a way
what?
to lose this game.
From your mouth to God's ears, Alex. I just want to say in our group chat, Color goes, the new buzzword this week for the Dolphins for Alex is the word grit. Grit. And it was right on cue that you said that they have grit. You're not wrong. It's not a negative connotation. It's an exact way to describe it, but it was just funny that the word was completely pinned down by Color. That's why we find it funny.
Spot on.
Yeah,
I get it.
I think in the text I said Alex's new word for the week, grit. I don't know where it came from, Alex.
I don't know. No. You want to know? Here's the thing. It came from my eyes of watching this team yesterday. With the way they actually shit the bed, the way the offense shit the bed in the first half. They came out with a better second half. And the fact of the matter is that if you're gonna sign me up for a bad day for this offense, 21 of 31 for 336 yards, 1 touchdown. Tyreek 7 catches for.
Wait, can we get correction on that because ESPN's game stat line is still showing 319 passing yards.
I saw 338. I saw 336. I mean, I don't know where that came.
I'm going to go to my old trusty source, Pro Football Reference. We'll see what they
also,
say.
Tyreek with 130 yards of receptions. Jalen Waddle 108 yards. You're telling me that's a bad day at the office? Sign me up for that. Any day of the week. as
I
a
mean,
Yeah,
bad game.
338 yards he had yesterday. So I don't know what.
That's what
Yeah, I don't know why
ESPN's saying.
ESPN's
Yeah.
not
Hey,
updating their.
Well,
saying
ESPN stats has 338 when you look at
I
their
was
NFL stat
Oh,
leader.
338. Okay.
Right. I
Sign
mean,
me up for
I
that
was
any
pull.
day of the week. I don't
I'm
care.
saying I pull it. The list I have is the game cast stats, the full. You know where you're on the game cast and you hit full stats.
I think one
Hey,
of
I
them
was,
It
I
does,
still
and
was,
one of
shows
them does
319.
stack yards. But I'm
They
not
don't know
sure.
what they're doing over there.
real
ESPN,
upset.
get your act together.
I was real
They
upset
just haven't
yesterday.
like whoever is supposed to update whatever server that updates off of has lost
hey,
its
caller.
connection or
So
something.
ESPN is the only stat update that you can get that you won't get flagged for. Like, is it okay to use them for fair usage?
I can use any
Why?
stats I
NFL
want.
doesn't have stats out yet. All we got
I
is
just
Is
ESPN.
everybody's
I
using
wasn't
ESPN?
preferring
Everybody.
any. I wasn't preferring any. I just figured it. I figured ESPN, the leader in sports, I could reasonably click on the game page and get accurate stats. I didn't think I had to question them, but apparently, they don't update right away or something because I don't know when
Yeah,
the
because I
last
remember
time
the NFL
I don't know
partnered
when
with
the last time
YouTube.
their statistician went to that site and said, "Oh, was that somewhere mid fourth quarter that he was at 319?" I mean, do a better job, ESPN. Jesus.
Yeah, dude, get your act together, ESPN. No
Yeah,
wonder NFL
ESPN.
Network's taking all their games to other
Yeah,
places.
for real.
Jesus.
Make me look like a fool and shit.
Yeah, dude.
So it was
Yeah.
338 that Tua passed for
Hey, I think,
yesterday.
Yeah.
hey guys, I think Sosa was trying to say something.
Yeah, what were you
Yeah,
saying,
so
Sosa?
No, I was just saying. I was real upset yesterday with the personnel and the play call on that A-Chain score because I was playing him in fantasy yesterday,
Oh,
and I thought they were gonna use Mostert a lot more, but they
Bro,
really
I
like
know.
A-Chain.
he
I do
I
scored
too,
took
though. I
twice.
do
Mostert.
too,
I
though.
took
I mean,
Mostert on
I
the over in yards, and it crushed a parlay I had. Fucking killed me.
hey, I take a real life victory over fantasy any day, though.
Hey,
Bet.
yeah, I agree with you on that, man. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to recognize somebody. Hopefully, just saying his name won't like bring him around. 'Cause it's too early for him.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Yo, I got to give credit to somebody. Now I didn't end up doing the parlay because I couldn't get my money in the betting app in time to do that one. But when I asked the other night, I think it was on the show. I asked EM to if he had somebody that he was sure would get a touchdown in the NFL that nobody really thinks about. Who would it be? And he pulled this name out of the nowhere from Arizona, tight
He
end
did, bro.
McBride.
Yeah, he
And
did.
sure as shit, dude gets a touchdown yesterday, man.
Not
And
only
I
got a
don't, again,
touchdown,
I don't
but
know where
freaking gave him the business, bro.
I don't know if it's because he lives so close to Arizona that he pays attention to whatever over there, but he was spot on with McBride, man.
Hey, I don't know what's funny, but is I think this is actually I think this is hilarious. But I think how convenient is the Buffalo Bills are the first team in NFL history to give up a touchdown on a new dynamic kickoff.
Because you got to spell Bills with 4 L's. You know what I'm
Hold on a
saying?
second. What?
The Bills were the
What was?
first team to give up a touchdown on the dynamic kickoff. By the way,
Oh, that was another University of Miami player.
DJ Dallas.
Yeah,
Yep,
DJ Dallas. Yeah, that's true.
that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I mean, it was bound to happen, but it happening to the Bills, yeah, that's right around there. I can't wait for them to give up one on Thursday Night Football to the Dolphins. That's what's going to be great.
Yeah, Braxton Berrios. Look, I'm going to tell you this. My frustration with
Oh,
Braxton Berrios
Alex,
on these
thank you,
fucking punt returns.
Alex, thank you. Please, please,
People like
please, you have the floor, Alex.
these Braxton Berrios being back there. I'm sorry to curse. I apologize, Culler, but on these fucking punt returns, it's starting to get on my freaking nerves, bro. Bro, you have all that open field in front of you. Oh, you got one defender you got one defender. You can't tell me you can't shake him. Come on. You cannot sit there and tell me you can't shake him. Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah,
Get
he
somebody
made
else
my
back
list of
there.
Stop,
notes,
stop
Alex.
fucking complaining.
He
Jesus
made
Christ. Be
my
happy you
bad
didn't
list.
fumble.
I really thought they were going to
Be
use
happy
Jalen
Jake
Wright for
Bailey showed up.
punt returns.
This game is starting to get really ridiculous with Barrios back there. And we saw it last year too at times as well on the punt return. And now yesterday just rose my stress level to an all-time high with
Yo,
his
Alex.
punt
Alex,
returns.
did you
So,
did you
it's funny you say the stress level because I remember we were watching the game and I was like, man, I never been so excited to be this stressed out. Did y'all see this?
did you
God
see
dang.
Tyreek take a punt?
Yes, I did see Tyree take a punt. At least
How you feel about
got a
that?
couple yards.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Tua with a
I don't want
101
Tyreek
QB
taking punts
rating
at all.
yesterday.
No,
I don't
just
want
wait till
Tyreek taking
Washington
punts.
gets healthy. When Washington gets healthy, you got to use them, bro. Because right now, field position, that's the only thing we're not utilizing is field position on kick returns, man. And it's true. Alex is right.
Bro, Jose Valdez, bro, we've seen Barrios shake people when he was with the Jets.
Bro, Barrios is cooked. I'm
Like
sick
what
of
are you
Barrios.
talking
I
about?
don't even want to.
That
I
was
want
him
this
shake
motherfucker up
Dolphins
out
when he was
the
with the
out the
Jets.
building. I'm off on Barrios big
He picked the
time.
right
And I was
number.
holding out hope that he was going to show up and do something. He was definitely. I talked about it all offseason. The way the wide receiver room shook out, the injuries, everything like that. We knew he was going to get opportunities, and that man can't get the job done. He can't catch the
Exactly.
ball. Once he has the ball, he doesn't make anybody miss. It's infuriating.
I think Tua tried every way to not get Barrios involved. In my opinion, I think
He hit him one time. He dropped the ball. He
yeah,
overthrew him because he was like maybe a half a foot shorter. Sometimes he advances the ball maybe 5 yards at max on kick returns. I mean,
exactly.
I like him, bro. He's a University of Miami guy. Don't get me wrong, but if we're gonna be accountable on players, then we got to be accountable on everybody.
Philip Dorsett was a hurricane too, but Barrios just made it to my list of bad hurricanes, which consists of Philip Dorsett and Braxton Berrios. That's it. They're the only two on the list.
Oh no, when I was saying that about being stressed out and everything, the guy I was over there eating with, he's like, hey, he's all that win right there. He's all it builds character though. Like, y'all grinding one out. And I was,
True.
like, yeah, I'll take that because usually, like they said, we would have found a way to lose that shit back like last year before that.
Yeah, a couple years ago, yeah, I agree.
And that's
Good
the
teams
that's
find
the
a way to
identity.
win.
And that's the identity
Yep.
that Jacksonville finds themselves wrestling with this morning.
And we did go down at the end of the game and we ran the ball. We used up the time. We chunked it
Yep.
all down. We got in position and we kicked the ball and we won the game. And that's how you
Exactly.
want to win a game. I mean, that's a formula.
Yeah, man.
We won the
Joe,
Dallas
that's
game
exactly
last
what I'm
year
saying
that way.
too.
And we were like, that's how you win a game.
Exactly.
And building up
It's the keep
to that
away
game,
strategy
everybody
at the end there. You know what I mean? When everything's been shit all day and it's like, all right, this is our last drive, win or lose. We're gonna burn this time down and put it in the foot of our kicker. And there we go.
bro, that kick he missed. Oh
That
my god.
final drive was 7 minutes, 7 plays, and I think it went for over 3.5 minutes. On that final drive for the Sanders field goal to win the
Yep.
game, bro. And for years we've been asking the Dolphins when are they gonna put that final drive together just to eat the clock up and hit the field goal. They did it in Dallas last year, one time, and now they did, and then they do it again already.
Yeah, they should have done that shit against Tennessee last year.
And Money Mitch is asking who my favorite Kane is. I'd have to go with Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin.
Oh, that's a good question, bro.
That's a good.
Maybe I don't know though. Maybe Ed Reed.
Ed Reed for me, dog.
Ed Reed's the
Willis McGahee for me. Willis McGahee.
That year was a special year, bro.
The fact that nobody expected, Buffalo took a chance on McGahee, and it turned out to be a pretty good gamble.
So some people are popping in with the line, early reports of the betting line for
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah,
Point
somebody
favorite.
else said 1.5, but yeah, we're right around. So that puts us at about a point underdog at home. Not too bad.
Hey,
Man, we better
Color,
not
you were
lose against
mentioning
Buffalo.
the passer rating. Well, I was reading that Tua had a 70 passer rating in the first half and 140 passer rating in the second half,
Wow.
rounding out
Yeah.
to the 100 in the
To the
end.
101, yeah.
I don't. You know, after yesterday's performance, you know, with the we've all there's been a lot of slander on Tua, this whole offseason. And of course Trevor Lawrence as well, whether or not he matches up against some of these quarterbacks with Trevor Lawrence and stuff. But I think yesterday just proved that he's a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. I don't care
Man,
what
do we
anybody
have to
says.
really go there, bro? Can't they just be different?
Hey, you know what they hang
Okay,
over
fine,
that?
they're different. Fine, they're
That's what
different.
I was trying to get to earlier was how they were building up to this game. They kept talking about the game we lost in London against Jacksonville, and we kind of got screwed in
Yeah.
that one because remember Matt Collins that whenever they punted it, that guy did touch the
Hey,
ball, and Matt Collins
hey,
recovered
Matt
it in the
Collins
end
got a
zone.
touchdown yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who did he
Love
touchdown.
play
me some
for?
Mag Hollins, man.
But
But I'm not trying to dog you, Alex. I'm just saying, like, Trevor had some big boy throws yesterday too, bro. You know what I mean? Let's not kid ourselves, man. That touchdown was freaking gorgeous, dude.
2 drives changed the whole.
I'm not saying that. I'm not
The
taking that
2
away from him
drives
at
changed the
all.
whole momentum of the game, bro.
I'm not taking away from him at all, Killer.
He's not the
But
one. He's not the one that got the ball punched out of him riding into the end zone.
I
We
understand
punched
that.
it
I understand
and then
that
we
too. But
punched
the
them
fact,
again.
well, okay, yeah.
You know, are we saying that we got 3 defensive linemen and linebackers that all played out of their shoes and deserve game balls for 3 sacks, or are we saying Trevor Lawrence sucks? Which is it?
I think the defense is
All the
shutting him
above.
down.
So do I. And so are we going to be fair to Trevor and add that to our calculus when we evaluate him, or are we just going to play this 2 is better than Trevor game like it's kindergarten?
Moving on.
I personally don't care because ultimately yesterday our quarterback was the best one on the field. So it don't matter who's better than who in the long run.
And after the payments that everybody just got,
Color,
we're
check your
pretty much
Twitter.
locked in on every team. And it really doesn't matter who is who at this point because they are who they are and they're with who they're
Right.
with, and none of that's changing.
Right.
Color,
I
check
mean,
your Twitter.
because what happens when Trevor goes and puts a 50 burger on somebody and we're arguing about it again? Why do we spend so many calories on stuff that just don't matter? Like, I don't give a damn what level Trevor Lawrence is at. He plays for the Jaguars. I don't need none of that to evaluate up or down on Tua.
All I know is we better make Buffalo look like the Colorado Buffalo this weekend.
What a way to start the season!
The last
Straight
time
into
I
a
checked,
Buffalo game on Thursday.
Tua didn't have to face Trevor Lawrence in a playoff game. I don't think he should be the measure anyway.
To be honest, for me, the performance overall for the team was kind of embarrassing. That because based on the sports books that I saw and some of the Vegas ones said we were going to blow Jacksonville by 10 points. They had like us as a 10-point, 15-point favorite. They didn't give a chance to. So I was basing our performance on what Vegas and some of these sports books that I saw. Color. I thought
They all said that Buffalo was going to blow out Arizona too.
Yeah. You think I shouldn't trust some of these Vegas odds sometimes?
No,
They're wrong.
it's not that you don't trust them. It shouldn't trust them. It's that you have to realize how they're formulated. And once you understand how they're formulated, then you know who's actually giving you the opinion.
And week one.
I
Man,
mean,
what do you say about week one anyway? Well,
they
everybody
set
saw it.
those like if Vegas sets a line right at like minus 100, and everybody bets the heck out of that, they're going to be like, okay, now we're going to set the line higher or lower. It's going to increase or lower the line based on the fact that, well, we've made this amount of money based on these people betting this amount. What if we notch it up to here? How many people will bet on that? So it really is like the stock market, where the up and down of the betting line is literally controlled by the people betting. So if you have 150,000 idiots making a bad bet on something, it could look like a good bet.
It looks like a good bet for the house, is what you're
No,
saying.
it looks like a good bet. Like, well, if 150,000 people are betting this way, then that's probably a sure thing.
Yeah. No, and for me, sometimes when I look, when it comes to I don't bet, but when I look at the odds for a game, I don't look at the -2, the
Well, you have to figure it on, Anthony. You have to temper that with how much information is there possible to even know about a given game. So that's why the odds will become more accurate as the season goes along, because those 150,000 idiots I was talking about are only idiots because we did not know anything about any of these teams in week one. Like, literally anything could happen in week one. So, but as you get to week 11, it's probably more accurate if, like, they have somebody favored over somebody else. You can generally trust the betting public at that point because they're working with more information.
Yeah, I think it's for me, when it comes to the point spread, it's easier to do it with college because some teams play before week one and stuff like that, and it's easier to get a read on the team because of the fact that they have a game before their
take
actual
for
week one
instance
game.
us, the situation we've been in the past couple seasons. They start each season putting it as about 8.5, 9.5 wins, and everybody, well, don't you see what we're built like? Why would they do? Because that's
So
literally
Marino's
been our
goat,
3 or 4 year average.
Marino's goat is showing now that we're favored for Thursday night. Is that correct?
We may think, and what I mean is a whole bunch of people out there might agree, oh, well, they were 9-8, they were this and that, but they're getting better. But when Vegas sets the line at the beginning of the season, none of that has happened yet. So they're like, well, we can only go on what they're done.
Predicting. It's like a predicting.
Well, it's more like, yeah, but they're predicting based on information they have, which is 9-8, 9-8, 11-6, or 11-7. That average is what, 9.5 or whatever they set our line at. You know what I mean? Because that's the only information they have to go on at the beginning of the season.
Previous performances, basically.
Now, everybody and their mother might agree, oh, the Dolphins are definitely getting 13 wins. Your and I's line might be set different if we were the odds makers. But
because
the
we
odds
see
makers
the
are
team
going
day to
on
day.
averages and math and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I was kind of wrong. I thought the defense was good. For me, I've always assumed, I was saying that before the season started. I feel the defense was going to perform way better the first few games, and the offense would be the one taking its time. You know how last year the offense started off like gangbusters, where you saw them score a whole bunch of points? I thought the defense was going to be doing that this year, where you see the defense start fast, and then...
Well, we kind of did.
I know. TD thought we
look
were going
at
to
the
score like
totality
21
of the
points on
game
defense.
yesterday, you know?
So real quick, Culler, I put something in Twitter I want you to pull up and maybe read, maybe pull it up. But there's some information coming out about the Tyreek Hill incident. Now this is unconfirmed reports, and I didn't read the report that was that Culler is going to probably read here momentarily. But some people were saying, I guess this is circulating around on Twitter or X. Now this is, again, I don't have the details, and I'm not 100%. This is second hand I'm getting this information. that I guess Tyreek was driving 103 miles an hour in a 55.
He is fast.
That's true. If that was the case that he was
Why
driving
ain't he in
100,
jail?
that's right. That's I don't care who you are, you go to jail for that. So especially in a crowded area, where first of all, where is it 55 miles an hour around there? Because I don't know, it's not 55 on the turnpike, it's not 55 on any of the
95 is
roads around.
95 is 65.
And so is the turnpike. Turnpike 65 as well. So there's no 55-mile-an-hour zones in that area. So I don't know what the hell that's talking about, but maybe
Residential's what, 45,
well,
right?
I'm gonna go ahead and read the article. It's posted by, and now just to be clear, let's make sure everybody is
Speed trap, maybe.
aware of what we're talking about here. But this is a statement put out from the South Florida Police Benevolent Association. So this is nobody from the department. This is nobody from law enforcement itself. This is nobody from the state government or the county.
nobody connected with Dade.
This is a union. This is a police officers union, the Police Benevolent Association, putting out this statement.
Not even.
Okay, so everybody's clear. This is nobody that's official, okay, or speaks for any officials. This is a union, okay. And they put out a statement saying, before the game yesterday, an incident occurred where Tyreek Hill was placed in handcuffs before being released. First, to be clear, at no time was he ever under arrest. He was briefly detained.
I'd say the handcuffs say different than that. Sorry.
He was briefly detained for officer safety after driving in a manner in which he was putting himself and others in great risk of danger. Okay. Stop right there. He was briefly detained for officer safety. Well, what was he doing that was jeopardizing their safety when the car was already stopped by that point? So the risk to safety had been mitigated by that point because the car was stopped.
Maybe they detained him because they felt he might have jumped in the car again and started speeding away.
There you go. There's where the incompetence comes in of not knowing this is Tyreek Hill
because he can run too fast.
Hard Rock Stadium.
You want to set an example?
I'm talking about jumping in his car.
Let me continue the statement. Right. Upon being stopped, Mr. Hill was not immediately cooperative with the officers on scene who, pursuant to policy and for their immediate safety, placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Mr. Hill, still uncooperative, refused to sit on the ground and was therefore redirected to the ground. I can't even finish reading this, dude. This is absolutely disgusting, bro.
It's why I wanted you to read it. It's a purely.
I'll try to get through it.
Yeah, it's purely for every word I've heard so far, it is a CYA BS bullshit statement. And the PBA, who I've fucking given money to, this is embarrassing. I get it that they need to protect their police officers, but they would do better to protect the right police officers and not every fucking police officer.
So once the situation was sorted out, within a few minutes, Mr. Hill was issued 2 traffic citations and was free to leave. What, no longer a concern to their safety?
After the fact.
I mean, okay. Anyway, we would like to stress to the community to use this as an opportunity to remember that it is always best to obey lawful police commands first and complain later.
All right, hold up. Right there, Culler. What they should have said is it would do best for the public to remember no one's above the law. That's what they really fucking
first
mean
of all,
there.
First of all, the key word there that they used to remember that it is always best to obey lawful police commands. Now I would suggest to the PBA that they go look up the definition of the word lawful instead of assuming that every command that comes from a police officer is lawful just because they're a police officer. How about that? How about you articulate to Mr. Hill why he's being detained and why he has to fall. And so when you do that, guess what happens to your orders after you articulate why a person is being detained? Guess what happens to your orders after that? They all become lawful. Until you do that, you're just a dude strong-arming me.
See, a situation like this.
Bottom line, they are saying it's always best to obey lawful police commands. Let's define just what lawful police commands means, because I know what it means.
They're
And
trying to
that's
be
their
PC.
problem.
I don't think
They don't understand what lawful police commands are. Beyond, I'm wearing a uniform and a badge and a gun. We have worked hard across all communities to bridge the gap between what people believe law enforcement should and can do and will continue to do. So in this case, while we will wait for the investigation to run its course, based on what we know, we stand with the actions of our officers, but look forward to further open communication moving forward. While we are confident in the actions that led to the stop of Mr. Hill, as with any investigation, we will wait for all the facts to come out, along with any explanation Mr. Hill may have for his actions that initiated this unfortunate incident. Signed, Stedman Stahl, president of the PBA. Guess what, Mr. Stahl? Tyreek Hill has a First Amendment right to not say one more goddamn word to you or explain
get the
himself
fuck
at
out of
all.
here. Yeah, dude. I don't know what the hell.
And that's your first freaking mistake, Mr.
And we
Stahl.
wonder where these cops get this fucking emboldened bullshit attitude from. Right there, this fucking guy. Like, who the hell is? I mean, what are we talking about here, bro?
Until you articulate to me why you suspect, what crime you suspect me in the commission of, I ain't even got to tell you my name, Mr. Stahl. I don't have to roll down my window. Beyond you being able to communicate with me why you suspect me in the commission of a crime. Beyond that, I ain't got to say one goddamn word to you, Mr. Stahl. And neither does Mr. Hill.
Culler, I have a question, actually. The beginning of that letter, when they said they detained him, do you think in their line of thinking maybe they put handcuffs on him and detained him and put him on the floor is because they felt maybe he would have gotten into his car again and tried to speed away and cause a police chase? Maybe?
Anthony, do you
No, I'm
think
just
that
asking.
a reasonable person at that stadium would have thought that he would do that? Do you think that Tyreek Hill would have done that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm asking your opinion. If you were standing there with Tyreek Hill an hour before he's supposed to play a football game, with the stadium sitting in your background, do you think Tyreek Hill is a flight risk?
Over a traffic citation, a speeding ticket.
I mean, it's a simple question, a matter of opinion.
No.
Do you think he would?
I don't think he would be a flight risk.
He was a flight risk.
No, I don't think he would be a flight risk. But
Right,
you don't know how these cops are thinking.
Okay, stop right there for a second. You are a reasonable person, which means that most reasonable people would not think Tyreek Hill is a flight risk in that situation. The only way that they would is if they didn't know it was Tyreek Hill.
unless he's running like a cheetah.
Right.
Yeah, no,
I mean, what did they
that's
think,
why I'm
Anthony?
asking. Do you think
Oh,
they?
we got the cheetah here. He's known to be able to run really fast, so we better put him in cuffs.
But you guys were
what
asking.
are we talking about here, bro?
Yeah, Culler, you guys were asking earlier about me, where in that area or in general, if there's a
And keep in mind, they didn't just put him in cuffs. They act like they gingerly took. Oh, we just put him in cuffs. That's the root. All of that is why they put him in cuffs. No, I want to know why you threatened to rip him out of the car in the first place.
Yeah, I want to know that too, but
I want to know why his window had to go down more than it was. Can you not receive his driver's license through the amount of space he opened in the window?
That's a you asked me earlier, do you think they might have not known it was Tyreek?
Here's the thing, Anthony. What they fail to realize is we as citizens have no obligation to roll our window down enough for them to feel comfortable with the level that it's rolled down. And when we say we don't, they take offense to it. They take it personal when we exercise our rights. And that, if the PBA is going to come out and be as speculative as they are, then I'm going to be as speculative as I want to be too. And that's what I believe happened in this situation. That cop was insulted. And then further, when they told him to sit on the ground and he refused to, that cop was insulted by that and threw his knee in his back.
Is there any evidence that the cops kicked him? Because there's someone in the chat
it's
saying
on video, bro.
Huh?
We played it last night.
Oh,
okay. Maybe I don't know where it landed on his body.
But the idea that you have to manhandle Tyreek Hill to make sure he's going to stay contained and under control under a traffic stop is just absurd. I mean, there is a chance that it's procedural and that they have to do a certain thing if you have a certain type of violation, or even if you're in a car that's 250,000. I don't know. They could have some kind of thing going, but they should come out. But just to disrespect him and to treat him like he's a flight risk and to throw him, the guy had jumped around from his motorcycle and like jumped on him when he was in handcuffs already and threw him on the ground when he was already in handcuffs. What the hell?
And
what
that to me,
possible reason other than you dissed me is there for that? There
Exactly.
is no excuse.
And exactly. And that to me is precisely what the gentleman from PBA is basically leaning on. Oh, it's policy.
Unintended.
We have procedures. Well, guess what? Agency policy is not the law. And they need to start realizing that. Every one of them.
There's a level of common sense that should be employed, and it wasn't in this case. And I think that's kind of what Culler was getting at with the reasonable person thing.
Yeah.
No reasonable person would it. Dude, now if you're telling me they didn't recognize Tyreek Hill, then they're too incompetent to be officers at Hard Rock Stadium for a football game. Take your choice. They're either blatantly incompetent or they're blatantly malicious. Take your choice. Neither one of them should be ever at that stadium ever again. They should be banned from the stadium. Matter of fact, there's signs all over the stadium that say if you don't obey law enforcement, you'll be banned from the stadium and your season tickets will be revoked.
Can I ask a question? Do we know if, like, these cops, maybe, you know how sometimes I've seen this happens with here, like where I live in Sarasota, they usually put the rookie cops on in these like details for these stadiums. Maybe these were rookie cops that were just being trained.
Maybe they were. Maybe they were.
Hey, Culler. Can I say
It
something?
don't matter if it was Genghis Khan. They violated his rights.
Exactly, Culler. Exactly, man. I wanted to say something about that. About it shouldn't matter if it was Tyreek Hill. What if it was just some plain ordinary Joe? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I heard that.
It doesn't even matter.
Oh wait, right, Fred, and I know everybody wants us to go here, and I'll go there. Forget whether if it was some regular Joe. Now, make it a regular Joe that's the same.
Twisting the knife.
That's the same color as Tyreek Hill.
Exactly.
You're talking about a potentially deadly situation
from a traffic violation.
Do we know what the traffic violation was?
Because he didn't roll his window down enough for my taste.
Maybe there was a speed trap around the stadium that yesterday. Like, could there be a possibility that the police?
Man, bro, all of what you're saying could be true. The reports of him driving 103 in a 55 could be true as well. Guess what?
Yeah.
He should be. Then guess what? His lawyer should have been bailing him out of jail last night.
How about this, bro? How about this? Oh man, that's a really fancy car right there. Let me give him a second to see what he. Let me just give this car a second to see what happens.
Well, there's 10 of those cars. Did you not see the cars that were driving by?
Yeah. Tyreek switches a lane. Oh, now I don't like how he switched that lane. You know, I'd like to see who's driving that. How about that, bro? How about that? How about that?
Yeah, on that point, no regular Joe's going to be stepping out of that vehicle.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel bad for
I don't understand the regular Joe part anyway. This is Tyreek Hill. We're talking about guys that are working hard rock.
Exactly, man.
I mean, how do they not know what this guy looks like?
And situations like this, Fred, I've put a bad name on good police officers. Like a situation like what just happened, put like a few bad apples, put a bad name on good police officers who are trying to do their job.
That's true.
Hill's said bad apple.
How about they don't give a fuck who he is? How about that, bro? How about they don't give a fuck who he is?
And that's the point. Black sheep asking, who cares? This happens every day to black people. Why do you all care? Oh yeah, because it's Tyreek Hill. No, I care, Black Sheep, precisely because it is 1,000 people every day that are not Tyreek Hill.
You know what? I just had my neighbor who speaks Spanish that lives next to me. He wakes up every day and goes to work and has just had his second kid and is a fantastic guy, and he doesn't speak very good English. And I saw the cop was just pulled him over in his own driveway. So of course we're watching, right? And so first we see him start to frisk my neighbor in front of his wife and kids in the car. So I pulled my phone out, started filming it. My wife ran right down there and said in Spanish, "Did you give him permission to do that?" Right? And he says, "Get away. This is none of your business." And I said, "It is my business. I live next door to this guy and he's a good person. And I want to make sure." No. Then what happened was he went and started searching his car. And I said, and my wife really was upset. And I'm like, "Do you speak Spanish?" to the guy, right? And then another cop pulls up in an unmarked car, flying up way too fast for our 25-mile-an-hour speed limit with his lights flashing and shit.
But it's official duty, don't you know?
Jumped out the car and ran up. And I yelled at him, "Do you speak Spanish? Finally, somebody here that speaks Spanish." And he gave me a dirty look, right? And I gave him a dirty look right back because I knew he didn't speak Spanish, right? And then he's back to this none of your business. And while I'm filming him, and I said, "You better believe it's my business. You know, I want to make sure that my neighbor everything's happening like it should happen." And then they talked to him a little bit more and they left. Right. And
because now they got it. Now they got somebody who knows their rights watching them.
Right. And his wife and kid were in the car. And finally, they let him go in the car and then started searching his car. And that was when I was about ready to blow up on him. And I was.
Well, the good news is, even if they'd have kept going, though, at least you'd have been there to testify in court to get it thrown out for illegal search and seizure, you know.
But just
who wants to go through all that? Who wants to go through all that just because you know?
Not everybody can afford lawyers and stuff like that.
They know that, and that's what they know that.
Hey, Culler, you know, Tyreek said in his interview, bro, he's like, you know, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill? You know, how far would this thing have gone? Could have escalated if I wasn't Tyreek Hill. You know what I'm saying, man?
Right.
And what if my neighbor didn't have a neighbor? You know, and it just goes on and on. And I'm not saying anything happened bad here. I mean, it could turn out to be totally different. You know, and Tyreek Hill said he wants to work with the police to make sure, that
Look, I have no
blah, blah,
doubt that
blah,
Tyreek Hill probably got a little. What would the word they would use be? Mouthy.
uppity.
You know, I'm pretty sure of it. But where is the grace for a guy that society pays $30 million a year to amp himself up to that level an hour before the game? Where is the grace for that?
Yeah.
There's no grace.
Hey, Culler, what would anybody expect Tyreek to act like? You know, I got a game in an hour. You guys are taking me through this bullshit. Or some simple shit. Some simple shit I can show you.
Because here's the crux of what you're saying. He could literally be like, bro, you all don't want me here. I don't want to be here standing in this spot. Right? Yeah. I am paid $30 million to be here.
Exactly, Colin.
I am only here because of that. Exactly, I would have never been driving I would have never been this amped up dude driving too fast, not wanting to roll my window. I'd have never been here if y'all didn't invite me and, in fact, pay me millions of dollars to be here.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not defending what the police did. I was just asking a question. Is there a possibility? I was asking, I'm not justifying what they did, like throwing him on the ground like that.
I understand. You're asking what you're trying to suss out what caused it to escalate to that point.
Yeah.
How
about you know what it was that caused the escalation? Tyreek not bowing down to his man's to his commands, bro. He's the PBA.
The PBA made it clear in their statement what escalated it was him not obeying his commands.
Exactly, bro. And that's how things escalate.
Without defining what lawful is for the general public, who assumes that all commands from officers are lawful. They're not. A command from an officer may be born out of, like they say, agency policy, the way they do things to keep themselves safe. Okay, fine. Policy is not law. When are they going to understand that?
Exactly.
Yeah. No.
How many more lawyers have to make them look like fools in courts, illustrating that point?
Yeah.
That's what honestly, I think. Has this been a track record with Miami police in general? Like, with an issue like this? Like, has Miami police had an issue like this constantly, or is this just an isolated
that's a great question, and I'll rely on somebody that I trust who lives down in that area, or close enough, and who's definitely a pillar of the TFTG community, and somebody you can take to the bank. That actually, he says it's KP this morning. It mentioned that, look, that police department really are some decent dudes, you know what I mean? Like, they're all on to what's going on and all that. But that department with the motorcycle guys apparently the words he used was, there's still holdouts, as if there's conflict in these agencies between the old way of doing things and the new way of doing things, the right way to do things. You see what I'm saying? So,
like older generations, basically.
And so there's probably a lot of that internal conflict we're not privy to that causes it, that also creates an environment where stuff like this can happen.
Yeah.
And again, it's fortunate in the long run, to Tyreek's point, that it was Tyreek, because we get to see it. If this wasn't Tyreek, we'd have never known about it
until it was too late.
That if the guy didn't have the right color skin, that we're talking about a deadly situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Until we wouldn't have heard it until it was too late. Is what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And
No.
so,
And when I'm
you know,
back to the speeding
let's count
thing,
ourselves lucky that we're able to talk about it and point out based on video and evidence and stuff like that. And hey, this
I'm
is
not.
probably
And
not the way you should handle yourself in front of cops. At the same time,
the cops
nobody
shouldn't have
actually should
gone
have
that
to,
extreme.
and the cops need to realize and have deference and grace and whatever else, you know what I mean? And need to realize that agency policy is not law. This is something Big Nick taught me watching all his content. Shout out to Big Nick. God, can you imagine if Big Nick was there with his camera, man? Oh my God.
That's a question I wanted to ask. Why
That
do
it would
police
have been
officers?
precious. It would have
Why
been
did that?
absolutely precious if Big Nick was there on the scene.
That's what I was gonna ask. Why do you think police officers conflate policy with law when it's not the same
Because they
thing?
simply don't care, Anthony. They have no at the lower level, maybe they're uneducated and don't realize. They also have their livelihood on the line if they don't follow company policy. And there's the law that has allowed these agencies to certain immunities from their failed policies. You see what I'm saying?
Hey,
And
Culler,
their
let me ask you this, man.
unconstitutional policies.
Let me ask you this, Culler, man. Let me ask you this. Now, you know, I myself think the officer was in the wrong. You know what I mean? To me, you know, Tyree could, go about this in a matter of a lawsuit. But how does Tyreek do that, man? Like sue the police department, but be a big part of Miami, bro. But
Well, PBA, the Police Benevolent Association, also. Well, Fred, to your point, the Police Benevolent Association needs to probably be a little careful with their verbiage because this could lead to defamation suits. Like, you're just going to come out there and be like, Tyreek caused all this, basically.
Right. Exactly.
And everybody needs to not act like Tyreek did. He could. I hope they better have the evidence better support that speculation because Tyreek could easily have grounds for defamation.
Exactly, man. And I think
you might not win
Tyreek,
it, but the lawsuit would definitely have merit.
Yeah. I think Tyreek. I think Tyreek would just let it all blow over. You know what I'm saying? Let it all go, man. You know what I mean?
That seems to be his interest is to.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And
but you know,
I'm tired of calling these a teachable moment. I'm tired of that, man. Why?
Yeah,
how are these teachable moments if none of these people are learning?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just as clear as any of their policies are. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's your policy. Period. Like we have to identify, we have to run you through a metal detector. Like all of these procedures, they would not even think for a second to let you in a jailhouse without searching your pockets. Why can they not do their job while adhering to the Constitution with that level of detail? Like they do when you try to walk into a courthouse. Do you think that they slip up? Oh, hey, today's company policy is we're not going to check everybody's pockets. No, they check your pockets. They do it every time. There's nothing going to stop that security officer from making sure there ain't nothing in your pockets. Just like there should be nothing stopping a law enforcement officer from adhering to the Constitution. Period. That is your policy.
I think myself, if you get an officer that clearly violates somebody's civil rights, man, the only way you set an example The only way you're going to start to help this is if you just get rid of that motherfucker and make an example of one motherfucker. Then the next motherfucker may think twice about doing some shit like that. You know, I'm not talking about putting him behind the desk. I'm not talking about putting him behind the desk.
Makes a good point. Hold on, Gabriel makes a good point here, but I do have to push back a little. He says the learning gods go both ways in a teachable moment, and you're absolutely right. I think that the general public should probably also educate themselves and learn. You know, but at the same time, you're talking about 350 million people compared to how many cops are there in the country. And this is I'll use this analogy because you got to remember, you could argue that, you know, people need to learn this and that on both sides, but there's one side of those people that need to learn that aren't carrying weapons with authorization to use them. Okay. So this was a point that I tried to make to a cop one time when I was detained up in northern Florida. I was trying to make this point to a cop when I told him that, you know, he was violating my rights. So I felt like I was in the right to tell him that I was a taxpayer. And he bowed up on me and said, "Well, so am I." Which I thought at first was a good point until I realized, wait a minute. Yeah, except you're the taxpayer with the gun.
Yeah.
And I think that's the point that a lot of people miss. Teachable moment on both sides, yes. But you have to educate 350 million people on one side who don't have the authorization to use lethal force on the other side. So I'm sorry, it's a false equivacy, because the people with the guns and the badges and the authorization, those are the people that need to learn first. Those are the people who are charged and commissioned with the duty and the oath they take to uphold the Constitution. I just don't understand why they don't treat that oath like they do your pockets when you enter a courthouse.
Maybe they should do with the guns like they do with the tasers, how they zap them with the taser, let them shoot each other. See, this is how it feels.
I mean, well, they supposedly do that, but
with the gun, with the 9mm, I guess
you can't do it with the real deal.
Or hit them with one of those air guns with a ball bearing, which are totally legal for everybody. You don't need a license or anything for those.
Well, the thing of it is, you know,
and they hurt.
Look, this is getting deeper than I really wanted it to go.
Right.
The latest update, you know, this statement from the Police Benevolent Association is just, it illustrates everything that's wrong with their thinking.
It's their policies.
And they don't even see it. It's right there in black and white. They wrote it out in text and they can't even see the fallacy in it. These are Americans. These guys take off their uniform, go home, kiss their wives, pat their children on the head, and claim to love the Constitution. How would they feel if they were treated that way? And
well, first of all, if they get pulled over,
I don't care if it's just talking to me nasty. You don't have the right to just come up to me with your gun and your badge and your license to kill and talk to me a certain way. You don't have the right to do that.
They used to pull me when I lived in Carson City, Nevada. They used to pull me over like every month because of the car that I drove.
And let me correct myself. They do have the right to do that. They don't have the license to do that.
I mean, all my lights work. I couldn't afford anything else. Because if we're talking about
rights to what we can say, then everything Tyreek said to them yesterday that set them off, he was perfectly within his right to say. How are words threatening the safety of an officer?
Yeah.
How is yo, y'all are being complete pricks here. How is that threatening the safety of an officer? That's a constitutional protected right to free speech.
Or I'll give you another one. What the fuck y'all want? Yeah. You know,
How
a
does
cop
I
might
didn't
not
roll
like
my
how that
window down
sounds, man.
enough?
But, oh,
How does I didn't roll my window down enough? How is that jeopardizing officer safety? They had already stopped the car. The unsafe thing here. Hold on. The safety violation here was the speed at which his big hunk of metal was traveling. That was the safety concern. So for them to say we cuffed him for safety of the officers, the car was already stopped. The safety concern was over with at that point.
Exactly.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna tell you. You know what? Something so simple, a pedestrian could say to a cop that would set him off, and this is just so simple. What did you pull me over for?
I
That
know. I've
right
seen
there.
video of it. I've seen video of it, Fred. They
Yes.
take offense.
Every
Some
day,
of them
Culler, I
take
see it.
offense
Every day
for
I
you to
see
even
video of
ask
it.
them what you pulled them over for. When it
Well,
is
you know what you
actually
pull me
law,
over for?
it is actually
That's
their
a
duty
de-escalation.
to articulate why they're detaining you.
Exactly. That'll set a cop off, man. If he's just an asshole, what'd you pull me over
He's
for?
not going to
We'll set
articulate
him
why
the
he's
fuck
got me detained. I do not have to say a damn word to him.
Exactly. Man.
I don't have to roll down my window. I don't have to do anything. Beyond, hey, it's reasonable to think that I should crack the window enough for his sound to come in so he can articulate why he's got me detained. Okay, that's fair. From that video that I saw, it looked like Tyreek Hill's window was cracked.
And I didn't even see the video that deep color. I'm just looking at it as like, why is Tyreek on the
That's one
ground?
of the facts that we're going to get. Hold on. That's one of the facts we're going to get discovery on. Was his window down? I can only speculate from what it looked like in the video to me. It looked like his window was cracked about 1.5 inches. Enough to get his driver's license through and to hear what the cop was saying to him. Beyond that, unless you got probable cause to pull me out of this car, unless you suspect me in the commission of a crime and can articulate that, why you got to pull me out? Why is my window not going down more give you probable cause to pull me out of the car?
Now, here's a question. If you're going over, like you said, like 103 on a 55, and you're getting pulled over, do they ask you to step out of the car, or do they tell you what the offense is?
They can ask you.
Then
they can
step
ask you.
out of the car.
I mean, they can ask you to step out of the car, and you can ask them why you're being detained.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
and
maybe,
if they do not articulate to you a reasonable suspicion, then there's no reason for them to pull you out of the car. There's no probable cause.
And you can't forget that if you're going 103, 50-mile speed zone, it's still a traffic infraction.
Sure, Fred.
It's still
But at that level of speed, here's the thing, and this is where the fallacy rears its ugly head again. Okay.
Yeah, it's a criminal action.
It is. So why is he not still in jail right now?
Exactly.
If they were trying
if you're
to get him out of the car, here's the thing. That level of speeding, the safety concerns that they were talking about, all of that gave them authorization to rip him right out of that car and tow it.
Exactly.
They did not have to say a word to him. They didn't have to ask him to roll down his window. They didn't have to do none of that.
That's why I'm wondering what the traffic offense is. If that's something like that, where it's a criminal offense and they have the right.
Why was he released? Exactly. So it doesn't jive. You see what I'm saying? They're telling on themselves. They're saying we had no reason to escalate it to this point. Otherwise, he'd still be with us.
And if it's a criminal offense like that, it's not a minor offense. It's a major
exactly, and he'd still be in their custody until somebody bails him out.
So
they're telling on themselves by releasing him. They're saying none of this rose to this level. Then why did we give him 2 tickets and release him?
That's what happened. They gave him 2 tickets and
that's what the report is. They gave him 2 traffic citations and released him.
Yeah, that's wrong. Because
they couldn't give him, and that's my point. That's my point. They couldn't hand those traffic citations through the window.
Exactly. What did Tyreek do to impose?
That they had probable cause to even threaten to pull him out of the car.
Exactly.
See, what they do is they threaten you to pull you out the car, and when you invoke your rights, they use that as a claim of probable cause. Because why don't you want us to open your car?
Hey, Culler, it's
a circular argument, and the Supreme Court has already shot it down a dozen times.
Wasn't his agent with him, Culler?
No, his agent responded after he probably.
I thought they said Rosenhaus. I thought they said Rosenhaus was with
it was true. But these companies have multiple agents that they deal with for shit. You know what I mean? So now it's just an agent. They retracted the claim that it was Drew Rosenhaus.
I thought it was Rosenhaus that was even with him on the way to the goddamn game.
No, they retracted that.
I don't know
because because Rosenhaus gave an interview as if he was there, man. You know.
Oh well,
he wasn't
because
there.
It's probably the first person recalled. That's probably what Tyreek was doing when he was not rolling the window down and talking to them. He was probably calling his lawyer. Which you have a right to do.
And that's probably why they released him on site.
Well, I'd imagine they released him on site because somebody finally asked for a supervisor, and the supervisor, as Kahari had alluded to, if the department is generally decent guys, then that supervisor probably got on scene and was like, shaking his head, rolling his eyes like, really, guys, we talked about this. You know what I mean? Like, let this guy go. He probably immediately stopped everything. You know what I mean?
So he said,
I've seen it so many times on these videos where these cops act like that, and the supervisor gets there and is like, yo, get back in your car, leave. You, sir, have a nice day. Sorry we bothered you. They don't even question.
I'll tell you even more, Culler. How about this? Unhandcuff him. How about that, Culler? Unhandcuff him and let him go on his way. How about that? We forgot that, Culler. Unhandcuff him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And when the supervisor, because most of the supervisors do actually know the law, and they know that the policy they order their guys to do is above the law. They do it anyway, and they figure, oh, well, if I get called out, then I'll make it all right. And that's what they've been doing lately is they'll show up on the scene and order everybody to leave and tell the guy to have a nice day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Culler. Supervisor comes like, look, this shit isn't necessary.
I'm just saying that's probably what ultimately de-escalated the situation with some supervisors.
Yeah. But I'm just going to say one more, Culler. How about this, bro? Unhandcuff him. You know where I'm going with it, Culler? There's something when you say let the guy go, let him be on his way, yeah. But how about unhandcuff him and let him go on his way? There's a difference there, man. There's a difference, man. It's something out there, man.
The whole thing is it escalates as soon as you get out of the car. The police officer are enticing Tyreek, especially put yourself in Tyreek's shoes. I mean, you're trying to get to a football game, and the officer's doing his job, yes, but then asking you to get out of the vehicle when you don't need to get out of the vehicle. And it just escalates.
The officer went into, I'm going to catch him in something mode.
Exactly.
For some reason.
Let's get him out of the car. Let's entice him to do some words or do some actions to cause me to
exactly.
See, if I was one of them officers on the scene, the only way out of this for yourself now is to claim you did it on purpose to whistleblow, like so everybody could see how we're directed to do things. That's your only way out now. Throw your management under the bus. Be like, hey, I only did this because I thought it was wrong and we shouldn't be directed to do this kind of stuff. So I just did it so everybody could see it. That's their only way out. And that ain't gonna work, Fred.
Another question.
That's what I'd be claiming. I was ordered to do it.
They're going over like what we did about the 103 over 55, right? It's a criminal action. They ask you to step out of the vehicle. Do they handcuff you?
They could. I mean,
ask the question again. I want to hear the question again.
They generally handcuff anybody that they've got detained, or if it's a criminal act and they were planning on taking him to jail for going that fast, then they have to handcuff him before they put him in the back of the police car.
Right.
But again, the detainment has to be articulated, especially before you're expected to obey lawful orders, and if not, you get a knee in your back.
Yeah.
It's all about communication, and it just didn't happen.
Right. And in that point, for anybody out there saying, that wants to lay it on Tyreek, I understand, but you have to give some grace to the fact that this dude is an hour before his football game, and we pay the man to be amped up as he is. You know what I mean?
Hey, Culler, can I give one of my thought? My mentality is like, that they at some point they found out who he was. You know what I'm saying? And like, they were like, so what? Throw him, put the fucking cuffs on him and throw him down. So what you Tyreek doing? We don't give a fuck who you are.
That's the other thing. He may have said something to the effect of, do you know who I am? In order to say, yo, this can wait for another time. I got to go.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And the cops would be like, I don't give a fuck who you are.
And
they acted like he was, what's her name? The chick that played Padme that's always like, you know who I am. They took it as some snobby celebrity saying, you know who I am. And that was insulting to them. When he may have just meant it like, bro, do you see who I am?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do you see what's going on here?
That.
You know what I mean?
Police officers man. Like that.
And it's not to excuse Tyreek for breaking the law. It's just to say, can we have some kind of grace before you're kneeing the guy in the back, putting him in cuffs, treating him like a common criminal?
Exactly, man.
Also, I'm sure that Tyreek's like,
you shit on the head, Culler, man.
Tyreek's probably like, can we hurry this up? Can you speed it up?
Exactly. He was probably ready to pay the ticket right there.
Yeah.
Like, yo, can I just write you a check?
$100. Here's $1,000. Come on, let me go.
Hey, Culler, he said, here's an IOU, man.
Right. Can we talk about this over dinner later? I got to go. Why do you think I was speeding in the first place?
Let me like, hey, man, come on.
What?
I'm serious.
Aside from the fact that I wear leopard print and call myself the cheetah, I mean,
we gotta speed this up, buddy.
No, but getting back to the game and some positive stuff, I have to admit that touchdown celebration was priceless yesterday, though.
Yes.
That was great. Did y'all see what happened at the end of the touchdown there?
Yeah, that needed to be shown, though. That
Did you see it, Fred?
Meant something.
What was that, Culler? Say that again, bro. Say that again.
Did you see the touchdown celebration yesterday?
No.
Oh,
yeah,
so
Tyreek
goes down into the end zone, puts his hands behind his back, and Waddle comes up and escorts him away for speeding.
Oh my God! Are you serious, Culler, man?
Yeah, Waddle arrested him for speeding.
What? You know what?
That's true.
Oh my God!
That way. Yeah.
You can't make it up, bro. It was priceless.
Man, Tyreek's gonna get a lot of tickets in here.
Waddle comes over, takes his hands behind his back, and walks him
Wow.
away like he's arresting him for speeding.
Oh my God, man. That might have been a bit much right there, bro.
It has to be the quickest touchdown celebration turnaround for a joke on a touchdown celebration we've ever seen.
Exactly. You know, it is fact that Cheetah is about 50 miles per hour faster than a Jaguar.
Right.
It is fact.
Look, man, I know, I like I said, man,
credit to him for keeping it together and balling out in the game. I mean,
Yeah, man, that's why I want to say I've been slighted to be one. There'd be a lot of pushback with Tua, and that he just can't do nothing right. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I needed this game. I was seriously checking for real everybody out, tell you the truth, but mainly Tua. And he didn't seem to do anything that will hurt the team bad. And is what I just come to, man. The guy played a really good, smart game, man. Really good game.
Yeah, he protected the ball.
I was like, I could have been like, well, if it wasn't for Holland, I could have did it with Al when X did it against the Patriots, caused the fumble when they're going in to score. I could have did it like that. That was the reason why we won the game. But no, I'm like, look, man, I'm just gonna keep this positive. Tua didn't have any turnovers. He came up with some big throws. Yes, he missed some throws.
Zero fumbles, 0 interceptions for the whole team.
Yeah, man. So to me, I'm not giving it a one man a game ball, man. This was clearly a team effort. You know what I'm saying? And it just remains to be seen how the season goes.
I got 2 more game balls to give out before I get out of here because it's getting we didn't get to the media availabilities because
Did you give the first game ball to Holland?
No, the first one was to Calais Campbell.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
16-year veteran coming in like it's his first year, right out the gate. God, man, what
nice sack too.
But I got 2 more to give out, and as far as the immediate availabilities, I think maybe Cap might have to catch that tonight on the recap show, because I have run out of time right now for the rest of them. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players took the podium yesterday. So make sure you're hitting the notification bell, joining El Capitan tonight on the Fins tailgate. He'll be recapping the game, and hopefully maybe he'll get into some of those. Maybe Crypto will get into some of them on his show at 3:00. You can catch Crypto.
By the way, great job, Culler, man. Great job, Culler, man, on the panel today, man. Good show. I enjoyed myself, man, and look forward to the night, bro.
Well, we got through it without anybody having to get timed out, which kind of disappoints me, but it is what it is.
No drama today.
I can fix that for you. I can fix that for you if you want me to, man.
You could, but I thought Anthony was going to take us there, but he I backed him off the cliff a little bit. Could have let him just jump off, Like Fred laughed himself right off the stream. But that being said, everybody hit the like button. Hit the notification bell after you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you're not one of the 6,200 plus people that have subscribed, please do. And donate to the channel. Become a member. Hit up TFTGnetwork.com and you can find links to all of our content, including YouTube there. And catch Capitan tonight, 9:00. He'll be going over all the deets. Any updates on Tyreek Hill? There ain't really much left to be updated. Looks like they're trying to all work it out. So make sure you're doing that. Appreciate y'all for coming. Have CCRR coming in now. ABAB's been quite tame today. Aquavision in the chat. I see y'all in there. Duval TV, Jags Madden Gaming. Yeah. Dark Magic. Oh, I got you. You may be right, but we'll see, man. Hopefully we won't have to face y'all again. Because you ain't got nothing to hang your heads low about. You just got to find a way to win football games and close them out. Otherwise, teams like the Dolphins will make you pay, like we did yesterday. So, 2 game balls on offense that I can think of has to be little number 28, man. Gotta love him. I was wearing my 28 jersey yesterday, and he made me proud again. Devon Achane.
Yes.
King of the running back room right now. Best number in the room, number 28. It also happens to be my birthday in the month of February, so I'm a little partial. But great performance. Everybody started off slow, but he didn't. He
Yeah,
just
the
running his
baton
little
has
guts
been
out.
passed. The baton has been passed, I believe.
Yep. And then the second game ball, I don't do this very often. You're not going to hear it very often. CB83 might want to come in here and clip it. Batman would definitely want to clip it. Tua. You got to give a game ball to Tua.
Yeah.
The leader of the team. QB1.
He
338 yards passing. Didn't turn the ball over. Guided our team to a win, no matter how bad it looked. Took advantage of the defense on the turnaround.
Capitalized. Yep.
So Tua getting a game ball from Culler this week.
Nice.
We'll see how many more of those he earns. But, the Dolphins, obviously, for those that aren't aware, whooped up on the Jags yesterday by the end of it in the fourth quarter. And we took the dub. So we got a quick
the whole
turnaround.
second half, I believe, caller.
Yep. Shut out the whole second half. Yep. And we got a quick turnaround. We'll already be talking about, man, I'm going to be ramping it up. Wednesday is going to be pregame talk for Buffalo Thursday night. And then, this week's going to be the schedule is going to be a little more dynamic because we got a Thursday night game. So you're going to see another show just like this, 10 o'clock Friday morning.
Yeah, let's go Dolphins.
We will be recapping the Buffalo game. Dad Dean, I appreciate you chilling up here with me, man. I gave you the news the other day, but he went in his sleep, so
that's good.
Nothing like painful or nothing like that, bro. And
how old was he?
Oh, dude, like 18, man.
Oh, wow.
He's getting up there, bro.
I'm sorry, man.
I feel like he's actually like, he's up there using his legs again. He's probably loving it.
There you go. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yep. But
like the cheetah up there.
Yep. Now he resides in a box under my computer monitor.
Oh. All right.
But
my condolences, man.
He appreciates all the kind words from the Dean family, especially Dog Dean.
Yeah, Dog Dean's doing good. If it wasn't for my daughter Joy, she loves every animal. We got ferrets, we got geckos, we got everything.
Oh, got a regular old farm going on there, huh?
We got a zoo at our house. But they're
Charlotte's
all Dolphin
Web
fans, and they're all Culler fans and Miss Finn's fans.
you got Charlotte's Web up in there?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I don't even know. It's been so long, I don't even know where my outro is anymore. Oh, there it is, that one. Okay.
Well, Culler, it was a great show, man. I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, pleasure as always.
Yeah, let's do this thing on Thursday night.
Yep, and once we get
over that hump.
Once we get a little more consistent every day at 10, people will be trusting and we'll get more people up here. I know that, all it's, I don't want to say the worst, but you know what it's going to take. Everybody's just too happy to sleep in this morning. Everybody's like, we won.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to stick my head in the dirt. And
victory is nice. Especially like that when you start out so slow and you're like, oh, you're getting frustrated as a fan. and then they come out after the halftime and the defense shows up, and then they take advantage of what the defense gave them. That was amazing. That was good.
Well, it kind of seemed league wide yesterday. I think a lot of teams just weren't done with preseason yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's they're all dusting
But
off the rust.
it should be full speed Thursday night.
Oh yeah,
15. And it looks like we're favored right now, but it's at home, so technically not favored. I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 3-point home field advantage.
And
so if they're at 1.5, that's
I'm gonna check the feed here, make sure nothing else has come in. Guess we don't get nothing from Mike McDaniel this morning. Yep, I don't see any. Make sure that McDaniel didn't talk. Nope, he still hasn't. So there we go.
Even when he starts, you got about an hour that you can catch up on.
Right on.
Long speech.
Again, hit the like button. Hit it again if you haven't hit it. Hit it 5 times.
There you go.
And make sure you're telling everybody about TFTG. Pass the word along. It's just on Apple, Spotify, all your favorite platforms. I don't know what Cap just came in for. What do you got to say, Cap? You got the last word, man.
Hey, Cap.
Oh, crap. No, I was going to say, I didn't know you guys were like getting ready to sign off. But no, since I got Daddy Dean on here, man, call me, man. Let's do lunch.
Yeah, definitely. We're both top of the league, man. We're
can you say that again so they can hear you? I don't think they heard you. Can you say that again, please?
We're both at the top. So they can't deny
baby.
our trading. We got some quality trades, me and him.
Quality and value. Call us up, people. We're open 24 hours a day.
You doing a victory lap after 1 week, Cap?
No, this is pretty much a paid advertisement, man. Help me help you advertisement over here at.
He's a guru now.
Wow.
Let's do lunch, people. Call me. I can help.
Wow.
He's got it. He's got the roster that everybody wants.
All right, guys. I'll hit you up later. I'm going to go check out what they're doing on 560.
Cap, I'm going to hit you up, man.
Right on. All right, guys. So make sure that you join us. 3 o'clock crypto. Then 9 o'clock, you got Capitan coming, talking about the Jags one more time. And then tomorrow. Wait, is it tonight or tomorrow night? Should be tonight. Tonight's Monday, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe Cap is
the Jets
tomorrow.
game.
Maybe Cap is tomorrow. But you know what? Keep your notification bell rung because we got the 49ers versus the Jets tonight.
Yeah.
And Culler might get a little bored later and want to talk about that game during the game. So if Cap is scheduled for tomorrow night, not tonight, then keep your notification bell rung so that you know if Culler wants to talk about this Jets game tonight while it's going on. I might fire something up. Because every team in the AFC East won yesterday. The Jets have yet to play, and we weren't really expecting that. So we don't want to work ourselves into a 4-way tie already this early.
Now, I cut out early last Wednesday night. Who'd you have for tonight?
I think I picked, you know what? Let me look. Oh, by the way, your humble host, Color Commentary, had a terrible day yesterday.
I noticed.
I mean, absolutely disgusting. I'm pretty sure I picked the Dolphins to win and the Saints to win, and I literally think that may be the only 2 I got right.
I think you got
4. I got 4 right. I went 4-11 yesterday.
I went 11-4.
So when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm not going to hold so much water to our slow start yesterday when the Bengals lost to the Patriots. Let's see who else. You know, you had the Bucks, or the Commanders losing to the Bucks, Browns losing to the Cowboys.
Yeah,
You just had a bunch of like nonsense. But
like you said, it's week 1, so.
But who I have tonight, I have the Jets beating the 49ers tonight.
That's good. The way you were going.
And my total points for that game is going to be 41.
41.
I think it's going to be a little slower than people think.
So you're thinking like maybe 27-14 or something?
Yeah, 24-21, something stupid like that, 24 or 21-17. But I have a feeling both these defenses are going to keep things pretty locked down.
That's true.
We all get excited about these primetime. Oh, fantasy lineups and blah, blah, blah. You saw what happened last night.
And especially with Brandon Ayuk not even practicing all summer.
Right. And them two teams last night were supposed to be high-powered offenses.
Right.
I just don't think there's going to be a lot of points scored tonight, but it could turn out to be wrong.
You think everything in the NFL is starting to revert back to defensive teams?
No, but the fact remains that you need one to win, like consistent.
The playoffs. Yeah.
The playoffs, big games. Yep. There's still no substitute for good defense.
I don't know. I would probably give a game ball to our punter, believe it or not.
Oh, man, I forgot all about it. And I even jotted him down on the note.
Man, I'll tell you, I was about ready to shut
I got to give the extra special gold game ball.
Exactly.
This is the game ball.
Exactly. Wow. What a turnaround.
To our punter, Bailey. I mean, Jesus. Not only was he punting, not only was he rocketing the ball
inside the 10,
but he's also putting it right out the corner.
Exactly.
And it's like, yo, where did this guy come from?
Exactly. Where was he last year? We could have used some of those.
Now, I suspect that he's been working on his own game a little more this year.
I hope
this
so.
offseason, which is maybe why Sanders missed the first one. Maybe that was a bad hold. I haven't looked at it closer. But it could explain why his punting is so good if he can't work on both at the same time. You know what I mean?
Right. Multitasking is a problem for him. Hey, but that was nice to see. Nice to see.
Yeah.
I was looking at Jaguars punter. I'm like, oh man, I wish he was on our team. And then Bailey came back and did a few. So
yeah, and booming punts too. And keep in mind, yesterday was a disgustingly muggy, humid day. It was hot and ugly. It was like walking through gel.
Oh yeah.
So to be able to be ripping off them punts like that, same with Tua's arm. To be overthrowing Tyreek on a day with that kind of humidity, that's a strong arm. That's a stronger arm than we've seen.
So that does affect the ball in the air?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, imagine if you had to throw, through a bunch of water instead of a bunch of dry air.
True.
And then the altitude helps too. So like if you're in Colorado, the air is also thinner.
Yeah, so less resistance, huh?
Yep. That's why, Kyler Murray, he's going to be less effective when you talk about the way his style booming the ball down the field like he does. He's going to be less effective in Buffalo than he will in Arizona. That's why he's kind of a good match for Arizona.
Man, I got Josh Allen on I picked him for my fantasy team. I want to get rid of him. Even though he wins me the fantasy league, I just can't stand the Buffalo.
I know, it makes you feel dirty, huh? It makes you feel like taking an extra couple showers.
Exactly.
Like,
so if anybody
hey, it can't be as bad as Batman's lineup. He doesn't have a single Dolphin on his whole lineup.
I don't have one on my team either. and it's bad. So anybody out there that wants to trade for Josh Allen,
who's your backup quarterback?
Caleb.
See, his is Justin Herbert.
That's not good.
Of all people.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand if he got a different quarterback besides Tua, even for backup. But to back your guy up with Justin Herbert, of all people for Batman, that's just amazing to me. Justin Herbert.
When you're doing fantasy football in a Miss Finn's, Dolphin fantasy league, it's hard to get good Dolphin players.
Well,
that's
true.
The problem.
But Justin Herbert, Batman.
Yeah, on a backup even.
I mean, Batman though we're talking about. Like, I don't know anybody that craps on Justin Herbert more than him, like, ever.
Exactly.
He's probably doing it right now on Twitter.
I might pick up Jalen Wright off the waiver wire if I can.
That
just
might
to
be
have
a
a
good
Dolphin
move.
player on my team.
That might be a good move.
Because I'm not getting Braxton Berrios, that's for sure. Or maybe even OBJ. Just stash them.
Wow. I still can't fathom that, Batman. Justin Herbert. Oh,
come on, Batman.
Anyway, I don't want to leave on a negative Nancy note like that. I am so ready for this Bills game. I think
it's gonna be awesome.
I want to fast forward. I want to just get in a time machine right now and go to Thursday night.
Let's do it.
But first thing I have to say is, anybody got a parking pass for me? Let me know. I ain't parking in Gray again, man. That was terrible.
You're going to the game Thursday night?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice. See, I live up in Orlando, so
I don't know if I've ever gone to a Thursday night game where I had just gone to a Sunday game. Like, I've never been to Hard Rock with that short a number of days between it.
You know what? I did take Thursday off. Oh man.
I'm gonna feel like I live there by the end of this week. I'm gonna be like, damn, I start taking mail at Hard Rock.
Caller.
What's up, Miss Fins? Taking a break
in the chat.
Yeah, I was hoping she'd swing by for her take, but I have to go watch her show now. Make sure y'all are going to watch Miss Fins every morning.
Yes.
She's gonna wake y'all up for me every morning, 8 to 10. She's starting fresh. First one out the gate, 8 o'clock. She gets to start all the narratives.
Oh, this is a great show, caller.
Hopefully we can get her to slide in every once in a while after her show's done to give us a couple minutes,
To cheer us up too.
Oh yeah. Gotta love Miss Fins. And God, what a long way she's come already, right? Make sure you're over there subscribing to her. We gotta break off about 5,000 or so of our subscribers. And we need y'all, those 5,000 of y'all, to go over there and subscribe to Miss Fins.
She works
It's
hard.
just like a natural continuation from the Fins tailgate. You know what I mean? Like, she's good people. So make sure you're checking her out every morning.
Yes, sir.
And it does me a favor because y'all are nice and wide awake by the time I start going at 10 o'clock.
Yes, she gets us up in the morning.
She's saying if I give her 5 minutes, she can come up. Oh, well, I can always wait for Miss Fins. What are we going to talk about for 5 minutes, Dad, Dean?
I don't know.
Oh, I know.
What about Tyreek?
I know what we can do. We can play a couple of these media availability clips since we didn't get to them. I'll go a little longer. If I don't get out of here by 2, then I'm going to be all delayed for getting Crypto's show going and all that. So let's see here. It looks like Larry K's on a rant. Oh, no, he's got a live stream going. All right. So we're going to send you all over to Larry K in the meantime when we're done here because Larry K's a good guy. TD's going too. No wonder it's so quiet around here. Damn, everybody's sniping me. Jeez, man. Oh, Culler's going this morning. Oh, I guess we all need to start doing it every morning now. Well, yeah, of course. You should have been doing that already.
You're a trend sender.
I mean, damn, Stephen D's been gone for a while now. All of a sudden, today's the day everybody wants to go in the morning. All right, that's okay.
What happened to Stephen D?
I don't know. Oh, apparently he got hired doing production work for a radio show, man. He's in the big time now, man.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm just glad it wasn't nothing I did, you know.
You're always causing trouble.
No, but hey, it's okay because we'll outlast everybody.
Exactly.
We all can go at the same time. Y'all just gonna have to come and watch in arrears, you know.
Yeah. They're missing some good content here.
Besides, there's one place you can find the Fins tailgate that you can't find the others, and that's on Apple and Spotify and all your favorite podcast networks. Because we keep things podcasty around here, you know what I mean?
Up, she's asking for the link.
Capitan comes up and ruins it with F-bombs all over the place. I need to get me one of them little sensor chirps, you know what I mean? Like, boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, she's
Otherwise,
asking
they're
for
going to
the link.
shut us down. It should be pinned in the chat, Miss Fins. If not, I can throw it down real quick. I also sent it to you earlier on Twitter, but here, I'll just throw it in the main chat.
There you go.
Miss Finn's like, I can't see it on the pin. Sometimes your phone don't show the pin message properly. So yeah, I mean, any game balls for you, Dad Dean, besides the ones I've handed out?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Here. I think you got it pretty
Everybody
much
else kind of just
handled.
sucked, you know?
Right. They'll be back. Once Miss Fins gets up here.
Maybe Anthony Weaver himself.
Yeah. Second half.
I mean, talk about getting your ducks in a row right away. Like, ain't no doubts there.
I don't want to go negative here, but what do you think about Smythe and Robert Jones?
Well, Smythe, I've got grace for. I know I'm a big fan of him, but I've got grace for him simply because can you point to another game where he's just had a terrible game like that?
No. It is a one-off.
You know, I mean, after 5 years of solid service, I think he's due one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I say that very, with trepidation because I certainly don't want that to be a habit.
Right.
But the dude, we all know he can catch better than that, man. And
exactly.
And it was disgusting yesterday. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but it just, it is what it is. I'll give him the grace, but Smythe, you can't you don't have much to go on, bro. It's been your ability to catch and your success rate per play that's kept you above everybody else. You can't be dropping that now. That's all you have, bro. You know what I mean?
I do have a game ball for Butch Berry.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Together. Yeah, especially
maybe the O-line as a unit.
Yes. They did very well. Very proud of that.
Maybe Liam Eichenberg sprung one of our few touchdowns.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to look at here she is.
Yeah, this is the person who I need to get her game ball from, but she's probably already said whoever I've said.
What's up, guys? Hello, TFTG. Welcome. Good morning.
Miss
Good
Fins.
afternoon. It's still morning, apparently, for me.
Glad you could grace it. That's the word. That's my word of the week. Grace, not grit. Grace. Yeah. We had a lot of mistakes yesterday, and we just need to just give some grace. It's week 1. Everybody sucked yesterday in the whole entire league.
Yesterday was weird. Yesterday was probably the biggest monkey wrench. I don't know if I've seen a week one kind of a
Miss
melting
Fins,
pot
it's
of
almost like
different,
it's almost like
games.
everybody but the Saints got the memo that we're still running preseason. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, that was very interesting. I still haven't even gotten a chance to watch all the games. At least I want to watch the highlights just to see what's going on. But from
And the
my
irony is,
understanding, man, it was
and
not that
the
pretty.
irony is that this is actually how week ones are supposed to go. Like your defenses are supposed to be quicker up the speed than the offense and whatever else, you know? So this is actually normal. It just hasn't been that way in a few years.
Yeah, no, not at all.
What did the Saints do?
They put up a 40 burger and destroyed their opponent.
Oh no, was it all around? Was it Carolina being that bad, or
who knows? But they're the only ones that had a lopsided performance, really, other than maybe the Giants kind of got baked. But
Cowboys, Browns?
Yeah. Any thoughts on little old Tyreek? Poor him.
Yeah, this was a very interesting game. Being there, I'm just so sunburned, guys. This weekend was so
Me
much.
too.
I haven't even slept properly. I can't wait to be done with the day so I can actually go to sleep.
I know, me
But
too. We're so sunburnt. Everybody's gonna think that Buffalo took over our stadium Thursday because we're all gonna have red faces.
oh my gosh, I have no voice left. Literally no voice left. Dad Dean, it was awesome to have you up here. It was like you had to go back to work, but yeah, man, it was an up and down roller coaster being at the stadium. Man, but it was so nice to have football back. I saw, what's interesting? It's kind of weird because where I was in the end zone, I saw that Tyreek play in slow motion in my live in
I
slow
know, right?
motion.
Cool how it happens. Like when you can see the whole field like that, and you're like,
yeah.
you see it all develop. It happens like slow motion.
It was coming towards my way, so I was literally just slow motion.
Yeah,
I
it's
saw the
almost
snap.
like you recognize the open receiver.
Yes,
And you're focused on the receiver, and by the time you draw your eyes to see if Tua throws it to him and sees him too, the ball's already dropping down in his hands. You're like, oh,
It was.
he saw it too.
Man, it was so good. And apparently, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, the Miami-Dade Police Union has already shared a statement.
Yeah, I read it on the air.
I couldn't even believe it. I just got the
Yes.
notification now. I thought that was crazy.
I personally, the word I would use for it is completely classless.
I gotta go ahead and read it. I just got the notification. That's all. So, but yeah, no, I
they
thought it was
decided
funny.
to go with the blame game, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at a point where we all have to sit here, pump the brakes, and wait for the evidence because they're going so hard in the paint with it that there may be something to it. And it's like, I don't think there's anything to it, but now that they've created that air of, well, we just don't know. We all got to wait for the evidence. Okay, fine. You know what I mean? But they seem to be pretty sure themselves,
Yeah, but it's not like if he was speeding, I get it. If he was talking fast to the cop, I get it. He's literally the cheetah. I don't understand how they couldn't. And I see that they were wearing body cam.
Well, that's going to be the interesting stuff because the body cam should provide us more audio.
Oh, they
for the interaction.
Well, they have to. They have to release those body cams. But Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like I still remember saying like with my group, I was like, guys, Tyreek has been arrested. I couldn't even believe it when I saw it. Like it was insane. It was crazy. But
Yeah, you should have heard me popping into to the Shake's news show yesterday about it. I'm like, I can get to the stadium. Everybody else can get to the stadium.
yeah.
Like, what
But
the
the
hell is
number
the
one
problem
guy
here?
that needs to be there, it's somehow not able to go. Like, and
I
it
was
was
ready
right
to
in
put it on
front.
Tyreek, man. Like, bro,
Uh,
you had one job to do this morning. Get to the stadium.
and then when I saw Calais Campbell, Tyreek, I'm like, oh no, don't do this, gosh. And I knew, and it was big because it wasn't just like all the media beat writers had made a statement about it and how they were like, but Tyreek is gonna play, right? Like trying to reassure America and blah 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 and the betters Vegas that they were gonna play. But when the Dolphins put out a statement and then the NFL puts out a statement, I knew I'm like, okay, they're gonna play because sometimes the beat writers may jump the gun just to try to get the story out. But when I saw that the Miami Dolphins put out a statement and the NFL put out a statement, I'm like, okay, I don't know what they did, but they made sure those guys were in the building.
Right, right. And that's the thing too. It's like, you
Uh,
know, of course they're going to play because it was really nothing to it. And that's the thing that bothers me so much. It's like, hey, let's all take time out of our day. Everybody stop what we're doing because the cops are afraid of something. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. You know how many people's lives they affect when they act that way?
mm-hmm.
They don't even see it that way. It's like, think about the snowball effect if he didn't play yesterday because of all of this. You know what I mean? And
It's
it's like, it's
ridiculous.
okay. It was official duty. And we all as Americans have to stop everything we're doing when somebody needs to do official duty. No,
Yeah,
it don't work that way. You know,
I just thought it was
it's been
ridiculous.
working that way, but it shouldn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. No one's above the law, which is true. I'm not
But
trying
we
to.
are human beings too, Miss Fins. That's the part they
Exactly.
go hard in the paint the other way. Nobody's above the law, but nobody's under it either.
Yeah, it's a equal playing field. So,
I
but
mean,
man, that was. I just thought it was hilarious. Like, how is it that you have literally the number one player in the league, all of a sudden might miss because of a traffic violation? Like, oh man, that part got me. Like, that part got me. But I'm just glad that he is finally, able to play. And then, of course, in the most ridiculous matter, here comes Tyreek, slow motion. And I'm telling you, I saw the snap. I saw I saw the entire field. I
so you
saw
saw
Tua
that. You
going
see, you
through.
got the end zone celebration live too.
Oh man, honestly, I think I might have missed it because everybody was like, I
Oh,
was
you
like
missed
almost
it. You
crying,
missed it.
happy live. Yeah, I didn't even see it till like
Oh,
this
but
morning.
you've seen it since then.
Yeah. Since
Oh,
then,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
since then.
To
But I
say
was,
the man
I
got
was,
arrested twice in the same day for speeding.
I was so happy. I teared up a little bit. I was like, oh God, we're back, baby. Just because I'm just so happy. Dolphins
And
football is
every
back.
time we do that to a team with Tyreek, it seems like it's like we could have done that the whole time, and we just decided enough is enough. And you know what I mean? Like,
Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When we were down 14, I still didn't feel like we were out like that. I didn't feel like we were out of it. I was like, but we come on, guys, we gotta turn it around. You know what I mean? And to see it, like, I loved it. To me, it was a complete team failure and a complete team win. because
Yeah,
there's
that's
just no other way
that's
of
a
putting
team
it.
recovery right there.
I mean, there's no other way of putting it. It's like,
Yeah,
what do
because you're
you
sitting there. I mean, I don't know if you felt this way, but I'm sitting there thinking, is there any other way we could just hand a football game to another team? Like, have we figured out any other way? Have we exhausted all ways so far to give the game away?
Seriously. And it's funny because there was this one dude, this Jags fan, when they scored their second touchdown. Oh my God, he was unbearable. Unbearable. And
Oh,
when we scored, holy smokes, I
we
let it go.
we had this one guy. At first, it was a little annoying, but after a while, it started to become endearing. This one guy kept yelling every third down, whatever the number was, whatever the yardage was. He'd be like, if it was 3rd and 8, he'd be like, "All right, let's get this 8 yards, not 7, not 4, 8." And he'd say that every single third down, whatever the number was. It was hilarious after a while. It's like, it's 3rd and 10. Well, all right, let's get this 3rd and 10. Not 8, not 7, not 6, 10. Every single third down, Miss Finn. He was right behind me too.
That's hilarious.
At
Yeah,
first it was like, dude, really? But then by the end of the game, you're like almost chanting with him.
Yeah, no, I thought it was actually kind of cool. We were able to go ahead and pull it out. So congrats to the Dolphins of doing it. Congrats. I mean, I loved it. And I actually saw, I saw a growth from QB1, man. I was so happy. That's probably another reason why I
Hey, I
teared up
noticed
because
it too. It was
there
bulging
was
out of
there was
the back of his pants. Did you notice that growth too?
it was, oh my gosh, it was the three distinct plays, and funny enough, all three of them I think were coming my way, and I saw it, you know what I mean, live, and I'm like, thank you, Tua, congratulations, Tua. I wanted to see this girl. Now he's got to be consistent with it, But I absolutely loved it, and to me, it was just, if this is all you needed, man, like, I don't care. I don't care who does it. I do not care who gets us a Super Bowl, guys. I'm a Dolphin fan. And if Tua Tagovailoa gets us there, thank you, thank you, thank you, man, because that's all we want as fans is a Super Bowl. And I saw the growth where I was like, this is what you needed. Let's go ahead and do it. And let me tell you something. Holy smokes. We definitely saw we saw growth from Tua, and I'm very happy with him.
Oh, I
He
thought
was
you said I thought you said growth onto it. I was thinking maybe he needed to go have that checked out.
Oh, no. Like from Tua. Yeah, no. He was growing. He grew as a quarterback. And man, he did his thing. I was happy. I was happy he protected the ball. Like, this is good football. Bad football, but good football. It was a perfect week 1 game. That's the only way I can say it, Get out the
And all
kinks,
those
get the
people out
rust out.
there, all those offensive line watchers out there, keep bringing the heat. Keep telling Eichenberg how much crap he is. Keep talking how much trash our O-line is. We're just fine. We don't want to give no accolades today. We got Buffalo Thursday night. They ain't done nothing yet. Get them 80 plus grades against Buffalo Thursday night. Then we can talk about accolades.
Yeah, they did their job.
Other than that, I want all the people that crap on the O-line every day to continue to do it this week. Keep doing it. I don't want nobody to feel comfortable. I don't want nobody going, oh, I finally got graded over an 80. Now I can take off next game. No, I don't want none of that. No,
not in this short period. It's just 2 back-to-back conference games.
That's
like,
right.
absolutely not. Like, what people don't understand is these early games, are the ones that determine the playoffs seating, in my
I tell
opinion.
everybody that every year. It's like we look
They,
back
yeah,
on
they don't get
the
it. Like,
season and go, well, if we wouldn't have just taken our time, sweet old time against Buffalo earlier in the year, then you know what I mean? Like, yeah, every game matters in the NFL. Every
single one. Every single one, and I'm glad that we started out. We got the win. You know what I mean? This could literally be a tiebreaker between us and them, getting either into the wild card or being number 4, 3, 2, or 1. You know, with the Jags. So that's why you have to do it. And I haven't even
See that?
talked about.
I got Green Rat drinking the coffee, Miss Fins. This is a long time coming right here. You know,
that's awesome.
Good
That's
for you,
awesome.
Green Rat. I would have pegged you as more of a green tea type of guy, but have at it. Drink the coffee, man. We're all drinking the coffee today.
Seriously.
And it ain't no Kool-Aid flavored coffee either.
Seriously. Like,
Yeah,
I think we're good.
Yeah, I do too. I think it again, it's one of those games where you're just like, nah, but yeah, you know.
But you know who also started like this last year? Guess.
Probably Buffalo.
No. There's a different team. But I can see what you mean by Buffalo. There's a different team that started last year that ended up having a very, very good season.
Well, 49ers usually start like that.
Okay,
That's
true.
why I picked the Jets tonight.
One more team. I'm gonna give you one more team that had a really good season last year. At the end, it started out like this, bro. The Chiefs.
Oh, the
Chiefs
yeah,
looked like booty
yeah.
at the beginning of last season. Practically the entire
year.
Thank you,
They
Timothy.
didn't get it right till the playoffs.
Literally didn't get it right to the playoff. Thank you. Timothy knew exactly what I was saying. This is exactly how the Chiefs looked. Winning some ugly wins. And I mean ugly wins.
With what?
Good nothing. Defense. With nothing.
With good defense.
Exactly. No real weapons, but that defense was stout. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
Over 17 points, you can't win.
Man, I'm telling you
right now. We fall
out
of bed scoring 21 points, so you know what I mean?
I'm telling you right now, man. Weaver, sir.
I mean, we get a guy busts out of jail, shows up at the game, scores a touchdown. You know what I mean? So, you know.
Literally. But yeah, the Chiefs did it last year, and I'm not trying to say nothing, but I'm saying it without saying it, but I'm saying it. Okay?
You're saying it.
I'm saying it. And my Lord, they did it. That's why I haven't even, and I know that we all tied right now. We gotta see what the Jets does. This might be the best division. Don't let the Patriots come out of nowhere, because I'll tell you, the teams that are like wildcard teams, like the Steelers, you know what I mean? Like even perhaps your because in the AFC for the playoffs, you got your Steelers, who could be, you know, maybe even the Texans, who might not make it, the Bills, you know, if they might do it, even the Jacks themselves, if they end up what do you call it, making the wild card. All these teams, you know, they're wild card teams if they don't stack these wins. And I'm telling you right now, it looks good for the Dolphins. That's all I'm saying. I still got us as third for the playoff position, but I wouldn't be surprised if we go higher. You know.
Hey, and after yesterday, I bet y'all ain't laughing at crypto now talking about the Patriots winning the division.
Man, if they are and they have this turnaround,
it's like Peter's volcano insurance. Ain't nobody laughing now.
No, it's yeah, definitely not what I was expecting. That's for sure.
I mean, I figured they'd make some noise, but man.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's why I'm like, I haven't really talked about the division, because obviously that's Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m. guys. We got the AFC show. I'm gonna break all that down, but
I don't know if I can show face Wednesday night, Miss Fins.
You're gonna have to. I don't even.
mean,
I
4 and
haven't.
11. I went 4 and 11 yesterday.
Dude, I haven't even looked at mine. I was like, I haven't even looked at mine. The fact
I
that
mean,
the Bears won.
the only thing that can help me live through the fact that I went 4 and 11 yesterday is Lewis getting his parlay busted.
What do you mean?
I'm
What's
telling
up,
you,
Lewis?
my parlay did get busted, but I just wanted to come up and tell Color, nah, hell nah. Usually me and Color, we're usually on the same page of a lot of things, but I will say, nah, I'm still laughing at crypto for that dumbass shit he said.
What did he say?
The Patriots will not be winning this division. I can promise you that.
Love it, guys. That's exactly as it should be.
You know who I did? You know who I haven't seen this morning?
Who?
Speaking of, no Shake. Where's Shake at?
Shake was on my show this morning. I did see him in the morning. He came through and we shared a few laughs in the chat. So yeah, he was
Shake
he
must
was
be
there.
mad at me or something. I don't know what's going on with Shake.
No, maybe he's working. You never know. You never
You know, Shake, because if I didn't think we were friends no more, I just don't think I could bear it.
But Lewis, hey man, what was your favorite play out of the game yesterday? I gotta ask you that question.
My favorite play out of the game yesterday.
Out of the game.
I'm not gonna lie. I said it last night for a little bit. Maybe it was backstage, but I'm gonna take the L. I did not think Jalen Phillips was going to play. I didn't think. I really didn't even think he would. I thought he would miss at least the first 4 or 5, be on the PUP list. So I'm gonna say my favorite play is watching Jalen Phillips sack Trevor Lawrence. That's gonna be my favorite play.
Man, that was beautiful.
Speaking of, that reminds me, Lewis, of the first time I remember watching Jalen Phillips play football. That reminds me.
He
we
did
were
good,
absolutely
man.
getting dog walked by Clemson. And the only highlight of the entire night was the fact that Jalen Phillips and Trevor Lawrence were having coffee together the whole night because Jalen Phillips was on his ass in that backfield the entire night. That's when I recognized Jay. That was the first time I was introduced to Jalen Phillips. And I said that night, we have to draft this guy. He is a hurricane. He needs to come. There is no way we don't draft this guy.
Man.
And now here he is coming up, coming off the injury, and he's sacking Trevor Lawrence of all people, man. Like,
how he did that.
That's like we can't write a story better than that.
And the fact that he was able to do it with, that injury concern that we all had. Like, is he going to be able to come back at least for game 1 and 2? But the fact that he was able to do it and be so aggressive, I'm telling you. And this is why I have to give Weaver big ups, because he made the adjustments the second half. They were shut out the entire second half. The entire second half. Like, absolutely no ability for them to do anything. And I loved it. I was so happy because it just showed that, you know what, he really knows his body. He put in the work in, and he actually was able to to make it happen. So I'm happy.
And I'd say, my favorite play, which is also probably quietly the most important play yesterday. Everybody, the punch out, the sacks.
Yes.
We could all talk about all that. But that 4th down stop, that's the whole game right there. When, you got the heat seeker, Jalen Ramsey, just knifing down the entire line to put the first hit on that guy to stop him short of the first down. That's the entire game right there.
It was good. It was good. Like, it was really good.
Pick up that first down and they just roll us the rest of the game. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
It was good. It was good. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I was very happy to see that. And I
I mean, the
mean,
dude starts at the top of the screen, snuffs out the whole toss sweep right out the gate, causes the guy to change direction, ends up at the bottom of the screen putting the first helmet on the dude.
mm, mm-mm. It was good.
I
It was
mean,
good.
special, man. That is absolute special football right there, man.
I, I, I think I would be remiss if I didn't point it out, and I think Culler and Miss Finch, you'll appreciate this because you've been here just as long. Y'all been here for the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Where we are today to where we were, let's say 3 or 4 years ago with Tua, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like yesterday, I can admit I think Tua was a little off. There were some passes that usually I think we could all agree he would hit that he didn't
Mm-hmm.
hit yesterday, right? Like
Right.
from an
Yeah.
efficiency standpoint, having 13, I think it's 13 or 14 incompletions, and there were
Mm-hmm.
some drops there or whatever. But how far have we come to where yesterday we watched Tua overthrow Tyreek Hill
Mm-hmm.
by 3 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Tua maybe
In a
not being
hot and humid day, Lewis.
Yes.
absolutely like watching
And
Tua not be as efficient and having 13 or 14 incompletions. And still, when you
mm-hmm.
look up 338 yards,
And that
like
Right.
precision,
how
to
far have we
Waddle too,
come?
within
Right.
what is it,
Yeah.
under the safety and above the linebackers, like dime
You know what it is,
to
Lou? I think
him.
you're
Like,
onto something. And I'm gonna take a stab at what the fundamental, reasoning behind that could be. Is that, we're looking at the flaws into his game yesterday, the mistakes, whatever you want to label them as. They are regular things that all quarterbacks do that are caused by, let's say, you're playing a good defense, or it's hot and humid out. It was all regular stuff that is not like the stuff that we're all always concerned about. It's regular quarterback failures, which
it
is
was
okay.
good.
Like, those are the ones you can say, oh, everybody does these sometimes. Everybody does. You know what I mean? Even Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it was regular stuff. That's a big difference. Like, it's not, oh, he's got a noodle arm, or oh, he can't see the field, or oh, he can't read defense, or oh, he can't whatever. No turnovers
Yeah.
from Tua yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, all
And I
the
think,
stuff that we can point out yesterday that were flaws were stuff that did not affect the outcome of the game.
and you know what?
Regular stuff.
To add to that, and I think Lewis, you'll also appreciate this too. You too, Color. It's as if, and this is why I was saying earlier, like the growth, like to be able to see it live, like I teared up a little bit. I know I keep saying I teared up, but it's because I love this team so much. You know, I want us to succeed, and I saw the growth. It's like you see him grow up. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, he's finally grown up. If you take a look at Tua, it's the fact that although he messed up, you saw him overcome those mess ups without making more mess ups. And to me, you just saw the growth. And this is why I kept telling the fans for years, every offseason, guys, especially the last two off seasons, when I realized I think the Dolphins are treating Tua like an old school quarterback. Give him 4 or 5 years to go ahead and develop, 6 years to develop, because by the time you have that, you'll have him for the next 10, 15 years as your franchise quarterback, like they used to do it back in the day when
Right.
when
Like they did it with
the
Patrick
QB
Mahomes. I mean,
contracts were what, 7 years, you know what I mean, where you could
yeah,
fully develop them and then give
yeah.
them their quarterback, their extension. So for me, it was beautiful, man, and I think
And the
Lewis
thing of it is,
hit it on the spot. It
right,
was
and the
awesome.
other thing I want to say is, I don't want to necessarily diminish it too much by saying, because I know what you're saying, Miss Fins, but it runs the risk of sounding like, we're attaboying him. Like, you know what I mean? The reason it looks like that, Ms. Fins, is because no matter what's been said about the guy, no matter what I feel about the guy, no matter what's happened and all of that, the Dolphins have decided this at one point this was their guy. And we can argue about whether he should be here, whatever else, blah, blah, blah. But all of why we were doing all that, the man said to himself, well, I'm here. All I can do is what I can control. And he's done nothing but work to improve himself while we're all arguing about it. You know what I mean? And so it looks like, hey, the growth we're witnessing. Well, this is him. That growth you're talking about is directly due to the fact that he has been about his work.
Yeah.
I may not have liked it. I may still not like a lot of but it's his work and he's all about it. And it's getting better. And as long as we decide he still has a place in this building, he continues to do that work to improve. And I've always given it to him, and I'll always give him credit for that. And that's probably why a lot of the haters, if you want to call them that, that's the part they don't understand is what they see as what the Dolphins see in him. Like, yo, we don't, through all of this, the guy just does it. We may not like the result, but he's doing the work.
As long as he does it and we win the championship as we should, that's all that matters to me. That's all that matters.
We'll probably see terrible games this year again and go and all feel the same way again about Tua. But it just something struck me different yesterday. Like with again, it's the stat line. It's like, what can you argue? I said it earlier. So what you're telling me is on a bad day, the Miami Dolphins could put up 400 yards of total offense. Okay?
And that's why I said they reminded me of the Chiefs last year.
That's first world problems.
It's looking good, man. It's looking good.
Hey, what's going on, Culler, Miss Fins, Lewis, Crypto?
Hey, Mr. Paul.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Paul?
I just want to jump in and say this because yesterday when I watched the game, I saw the same thing with Tua, and to me it goes back. And I know people may get tired of me saying this. It goes back to when the season was over with last year. Tua right away went out to California, got him a quarterback coach. He dropped the weight. He did a lot of off-season training, and to me, we're seeing some of that. We saw some of that in the game yesterday. We saw some of that training in the game yesterday. I'm not saying that this is Tua straight out because we still got to wait with a few other games to see more development of Tua. But also I saw some leadership because Tua was directing people to where they need to go. So to me, I see a growth in Tua. I see maturity in Tua. And I know it's still early to say, okay, well, Tua is going to be the top quarterback of the NFL. We just got to wait and see. But I like what I'm seeing with him so far. I really do. The Tua I saw in that game yesterday is a different Tua. It's a different Tua, but it's a Tua that's progressing in the right direction. And just like one of y'all said, he looked like a quarterback that was doing his best in the game, but it's just that we were playing a good opponent. So I'm telling you, I'm happy with him. Be straight.
Yeah, for me, I think two things stood out yesterday after the game, and it was listening to Tua stand at the podium, right? And we've had these conversations before, and one here recently was you can't turn somebody into something they're not. And I agree with that. But if that person had it in them but hadn't shown everybody yet, I do think that could be true too. And I think when you hear Tua yesterday come out in his press conference and say, oh, as a Miami Dolphin team, I thought and we thought we were just going to show up. It was hot. It was beautiful. This is sunny South Florida. And Jacksonville came out here and punched us in the mouth. Like, he acknowledged that they were getting their ass whooped. He acknowledged that he wasn't playing up to standards. And we heard a couple people, including Tua himself, talk about holding everybody accountable, right? Then you listen to Tyreek Hill after the game, and supposedly Tua's in the locker room at halftime, calling players out and telling Tyreek Hill, "You're not playing up to standard, homie. You got to be better." For whatever maybe Tua thought how Tyreek was playing, but when you heard Tyreek said, and that was one of the big things he brought up about the relationship with Tua last year. Remember that how him and Patrick Mahomes could go at each other in the sideline, locker room, wherever. And then on the field, it just turned out to be greatness. That's what they turned it into. And Tyreek talked about last year how Tua didn't do that. He didn't have that relationship with Tua. Yesterday, after yesterday's game, Tyreek says, Tua called me out in front of everybody in the building, in that locker room, and it made Tyreek Hill say, turn up, to use his words. Again, that's what I think I'm talking about. Mr. Paul is kind of talking about. I think Culler is spot on. Tua has put in the work while we've all bitched and complained about it. Tua has just been putting in the work, and I think we're reaping the benefits on the field. But this new holding people accountable and knowing like your surroundings, like that's what I wanted to hear from Tua yesterday. Not this coach speak or player speech or nothing like that. Come out here in the interview after the game and tell me, yeah, in the first half or during the game, we were getting punched in the mouth. That I like hearing that. That shows self-awareness of a guy that understands it wasn't up to Dolphin standard yesterday. And once we started playing Dolphin football, we overcame that. That's all, bro. As fans, that's what we should all want to hear, right? Like every game's not going to be a Denver Bronco game where we're beating people 70-15. Some fights are games are going to be a dog fight. And I just like everything that again, from a Tua perspective, I like where Tua's head is, bro.
Yep. And I don't know if you heard me earlier, Lewis, but I kind of said what to your point about what you're talking about getting punched in the mouth and all that. And the game things aren't always going to be hunky dory and all that. The way I'd put it was, look, both teams, and you might agree with this. Both teams yesterday learned a valuable lesson, were reminded of a valuable lesson, that it is very, very hard to win in the NFL. Now, one team got reminded that lesson in the middle of the game and found a way to win it, and the other team got reminded by that lesson by not completing a game and losing it. But both teams were reminded yesterday of how hard it is to win in the NFL. You can have all the superstars on your roster all you want. You can have 4.2 speed all up and down the roster. You can have everything. But if you don't have the football in your hands and you're not crossing the goal line, you're not winning. And it is hard to do that in the NFL. Jacksonville showed us how hard it was for 3 quarters yesterday to win in the NFL. And then we showed them for 1 quarter how hard it was to win in the NFL.
It's true. And you know what? If you just to add that, Color, because I think that you and Lewis and even Mr. Polk, he brought it in. You saw that growth. And to Lewis's point, I mean, maybe Tua did have it in him, but he just wasn't comfortable in bringing it out. Sometimes too, people do change, but they have to make the decision to change. You know what I mean?
That's all I've ever meant by that, Ms. Fins. That one man can never make another man better. I can help you be more productive, but I can't change your nature. You have the physical traits you have. There ain't nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, you have to make the decision to choose and to change. And to me, I think that he did, and And to be honest with you, I think Tyreek kind of in that press conference, to Lewis's point, I think Tyreek was kind of telling us that that's what he needs to be at his ultimate Super Saiyan best. We all know Tyreek is the man. I mean, he's literally the best player in the league. We know this, but he kind of told you that comparison with him and Mahomes is because he needs to hear that. He needs to be challenged because he loves to prove people wrong in that aspect, and that's what drives him. He's so awesome. He's already insane, but now adding this to his tool belt and Tua calling him out and really showcasing him. Oh man, I mean this team, and again, this is why. And I know it's early; it's only 1 week, but to find a way to win like this is the type of game that Kansas City had to win every single week last year. And I'm not saying I want ugly wins, but when they do become ugly, and we can do it.
But Miss Finn, be prepared for more wins exactly like this, because as I kept telling everybody in the offseason, Timothy is asking the question right now that applies. So is it too early to kill the narrative that we can't beat good teams? Well, as I kept pointing out in the offseason, we have nothing but good teams on our schedule this year, or teams that expect for themselves to be good teams and contenders.
Mm-hmm.
There are no Carolinas on our schedule.
Nope, not whatsoever.
And so,
well, it's hard to say that after 1 week because Jacksonville can lose 17 straight.
Of course, Crypto. Of course, I'm not trying to be nitpicking here. I'm just saying that we're going to have to continue to do this and win games in this fashion. We're going to have a couple more games that look this ugly, or we're not going to have a good season. So if you believe we're going to have a good season, then you can already put that narrative out of your mind, because yes, I believe Jacksonville is a contending team. Personally.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, Crypto might be right. They could turn out to fall off the cliff this year. I don't know. I'm just
that's
saying.
Why I'm talking everybody always after week 1 is hard.
Right, but then Crypto, if I were to have that side debate with you, I would start adding things like, well, I have a certain trust factor in the coaching ability of Peterson. There's a couple things I would say to that, but it really, I want to adhere to your warning, but also say that's a sort of a different debate. You know what I mean? But at the same time, given what we have seen from Jacksonville the past couple seasons,
we need larger sample sizes from them. Of
course we do. Of course. Just like I said last night about needing a larger sample size about the difference with the kickoffs. Like they're already touting it as 4 yards extra, and it's been 1 week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mike Tirico, Miss Benz, in case you didn't hear me last night, Mike Tirico had made a mention of a stat at the beginning of the game last night that so far since the new kick rule has been implemented, there's been an average of 4 extra yards of starting position. And I just thought it was one of those baseball type stats that are meant to fill the airwaves. Like, why are we even talking about that yet? Why are you even announcing that yet? It's the first week of the season.
Yeah.
We've been having the kickoff the kickoff rule. Hold on, Crypto. The kickoff rule has been the other way for 100 years. I think we need a little more sample size than a week to compare the two. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, we definitely need much more. And Arizona was the first and only team to score on it.
Right. To me, it looked like there was nothing but touchbacks yesterday everywhere.
Oh yeah, it just yeah.
People just said we'll defend 70 yards versus okay, we'll give you the extra 10 yards. And
I think the trick is they have to put it in the end zone. If it goes out the back, that's where the risk is run. If it goes out the back of the end zone, they get like the 35-yard line or something.
Yeah, if it goes out of bounds, if it's in the landing zone and it goes out.
But we all know these kickers are good enough to put it on a dime. So they just
Like that one
drop it
kick
right
at
in the
the 2 yard
3/4.
line from Bailey.
Yeah, like
Ooh.
they just put it
Man, that
they
was
put it
like
at the
10 points.
3/4 mark of the back of the end zone, and they know that the guy's not going to run it out. You know what I mean?
Special teams is big. Started out last year talking about special teams, and lo and behold, the opening game was won basically with special teams.
I just want to add.
Late kicking and
Oh, go
punting.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Mr. Buck.
No, it's okay. No, I just want to add that, even though we're saying all these things about Tua, which I like I said, I'm happy to see, it takes the whole team. It takes the whole team on three levels: special team, defense, offense. It takes the whole team to come out with wins and what have you. When we're down and
And
what
it's
have you, it
still
takes the
right,
whole
and
team.
it's still hard, Mr. Polk. Takes
Right.
all that effort, all three phases, and it's still hard to win in the NFL.
Exactly. So we can't, even though I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm giving kudos to it takes the whole team, because if we would have lost the game, I would have put it on the whole team. Period.
Yeah, yeah.
Bill
Well, I don't know.
McDaniel
I
will be
mean,
leading the pack.
if we were looking as lackluster the rest of the game and lost, I probably still wouldn't put it on Tua, but I'd be like, yo, I'd be suspect, and I would definitely be putting it on Mike McDaniel because
it'd be Mike McDaniel for the most part.
bro, the play calling and the game
Yeah.
plan.
Because
I'm
I
just so
saw some
tired
calls
of
Those
it.
I wasn't happy with.
screens, Color. Those
Oh,
screens
I'm
were
so tired
killing
of
me.
Exactly.
Oh God, those screens were
Exactly.
killing me. I'm like, come on.
And Miss
What the
Finn,
heck are we
and being in
doing?
the stadium and watching things develop, you can see right at the snap of the ball that freaking bubble screen ain't gonna work. And you're
I'm
like, oh, come on, again.
it just killed me. I can't with those bubble screens. You start at what 6, 7, 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage to try to get 2 yards. Like
Right.
it just oh God, it just
I'd
irks
rather
me
you
every
just run a
time.
bunch of zero routes with your wide receiver on the split end and
I
like
mean, go 5 wide at that point.
at least it's at the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And also the running from side to side is not, from what's the word I'm looking. If you the me when you run from side to side instead of straight up the middle, if that's not working, then run straight up the middle, because that seemed like to me that's when we started our running game started picking up, going up the middle instead of trying to run wide out. Like I said, I'm still learning the game, but that's where it seemed like we have success. And then also too, do your rotation. Don't just run A Chain and Muscle. Put Jeff Wilson in there because he had some success yesterday. He did well yesterday, and he's a bigger back than both of them. So rotate them guys, just because New England did it and they were successful with it. I'm not saying that we should be imitating them because that we're not them, but rotate that running back roster.
It was
Oh,
just
boy.
frustrating
It sure is
to
gonna look good if
some
we ever
things
get
for
it
my
right.
Daniel. Yeah,
What's up,
but
Mountie?
Hey, what's going, y'all? How y'all doing?
Pretty good,
What's
I'm
up,
man.
good.
Mountie?
Color.
How's it going, Mountie?
Color, what's going on? Color, man, where you been, man? You been estranged, bro.
Yeah, I was out in Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado for a couple of weeks.
Okay, nice. Hey, how'd y'all enjoy the game yesterday? Who went to the game?
I did.
I did.
Oh yeah, I know, dude. I know that stadium was rocking.
Oh, it was. You couldn't hear yourself breathe. Like it was insane. Like I felt like the entire fourth quarter, I sat down twice. Like nobody was sitting down in that fourth quarter at all. It was crazy, crazy atmosphere in that fourth quarter.
And I would
I
say
loved it.
also on the flip side, I don't think I've heard it that quiet on offense in a long time. There was like no
That was
Jags
good.
fans in the stands, like none. I
Yeah.
counted maybe 15.
Oh no, I mean I saw them, but I didn't hear them. That was the
Yeah,
part that
there
I was
was
like, wow.
there was no opponent's fan block at all. There was nothing when we were on offense.
No,
Well, I don't
but
know.
we did good. We did good. We actually kept it quiet, which I was very happy about that.
Well, I mean, from the very beginning, with all the screens and all the swing passes, I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought, does Mike McDaniel have confidence in Tua going down the field on these guys or what? Like I mean, I saw
I
maybe
mean,
two
why
deep
wouldn't he?
passes.
Why
One over.
wouldn't he
Why
though? I mean, Tua's
you
arm was
just?
live yesterday. Why wouldn't he
Mm-hmm.
had
I mean,
confidence?
you just paid the guy. You just paid the guy. You locked up Tyreek Hill. You paid Waddle. Like, I mean, we have the tools to do it with. Why not? I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Well, there is the question, Mountie, that was posed earlier as to how much we may have been vanilla yesterday, given the matchup and the short turnaround that we have coming up with Buffalo.
Yeah.
I know crypto probably ain't buying none of that, but
Well, listen, this year's
I don't
offense
fall
should not
for
be like
the
last year. I mean, there should be wrinkles to it every year.
right. But that being said, I do need to wrap things up here because
I
we're
was gonna
nearing
say
3
I have to
o'clock.
skedaddle too.
Yeah, we're nearing 3
Government
o'clock.
fans, appreciate.
Thank you.
Do you
Yeah,
need
but
Crypto?
I'm
Do
gonna.
you need me to push that a half hour, bro, or what? Or what?
I mean, you don't have to, because I was only going to be on for a short moment. You know, I just wanted to pick some numbers and run through some things, but it wasn't going to be that long. 'Cause I got to run. You know, I got to make some run some errands. But yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, because I
I'm
came
gonna.
up for a short also. I came up
Yeah,
for
I'm
a
gonna
short stint
skedaddle,
also.
guys. But my final thoughts. I thought it was a great. It was a good team failure and a great team win. We saw both of how to lose and how to win the game. I think McDaniel still needs to tighten up a little bit and a couple of things. And I love the growth from our team and how we were able to do it. Excited to have Phillips back and that tandem with Chop. It looks like it's looking pretty. So I can't wait to see more of it and more of our young studs. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you do me a favor, we need to get TFTG to 7,000 subs. So go ahead if you haven't subscribed already. Subscribe to the Fins Tailgate and support these gentlemen who are doing content every single day for you guys. Support, donate, check out their finstailgate.net.com .something. Which one is it? I can't tell. It's something. Okay,
You
check
doing
out their
fine.
website. And check out their podcast everywhere, guys. But I gotta go. I appreciate you, Culler, for having me. I told you I will try to come. I couldn't do it right after, so that's why I was like, I need to go when I have a little break. But thank you for having me. And wish you guys congratulations, Victory Monday. Fins for the win. Very happy about our victory, and it feels awesome. So take care, guys. And Fins up. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Miss Vince.
All right.
Appreciate you
All
stopping
right,
by.
Miss Vince.
Okay,
Mhm.
Miss Fans.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So if you guys good, I'll end it right now. If you guys ain't got no more thoughts.
Go ahead.
Victory Monday, fins up.
Right on, guys. Check out in about 15 minutes. You're gonna get Crypto's thoughts on the game. You got the Crypto Show starting at 3 o'clock. I titled it Crypto. I titled it Miami Dolphins Dub versus Jags Decoded. Does that
Okay.
sound like what you're going after there?
Yeah, that's fine because it'll basically be doing that.
Right. So Crypto is about to decode the entire game for you for however as long as he can go. I will be helping him fire it up over there here in a minute. The stream's already created. I'll get you the link as soon as I can. Crypto, you on your phone or you want me to send it in private chat here?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna put it in the phone anyway, but like I'll put it in private chat now so you can jump over there.
In the private chat, yeah, because I need to send it to the email so I can get it on my computer.
Right.
I'll email it to myself or something like that.
Right. I could tweet it to you if you want.
Yes, I will have to. You have to probably grab it off that.
Same book. Yeah, I said you get your email. I can send you emails too. You know, I don't use email though. That's why I never asked you for it.
Right.
But make sure you're checking that out because Crypto is going to tell you. He's going, dude. If there's anything you don't understand about this football game and what happened yesterday, you're about to get your questions answered.
There you go.
So hit the like button, everybody. Appreciate y'all coming by. Last few people showed up. Saw you there, Timothy, Washington, Money, Mitch, of course.
Yeah.
And Flava J still sitting in chat. Y'all have a great day. And check out that game tonight. I might fire it up a little later on if I get bored. Talk about the Jets and the Niners.
Oh, I got to watch that game.
Yeah, I've picked the Jets, but obviously I hope the Niners win.
Yeah, that's who I picked. I got to get back above 500. This was almost a disaster.
I know, bro. Crypto, I was 4-11 yesterday, man.
Yeah, all these underdogs is just destroying everybody's parlays and picks.
Oh.
It was like the opening weekend.
I picked all the wrong underdogs too. You know,
I only got lucky and won a little money off the Patriot one because that was a separate side bet because I was feeling so. I needed to pick them at my regular.
You took the money line on the Pats.
Yeah, right. So I just said, forget it. Money line on the Pats.
Good one. What was it like plus 300 or something?
Yeah, something like that. I was like, okay, this is a large spread. I need to pick it so I can win something. Salvage my weekend.
Right on.
That's the weekend.
So, I promise this time, everybody, I am going to actually run the outro. So everybody have a great day. Fins up. We got the dub. We always get the dub, even when we don't get the dub. And great game, everybody. Fins up. Have a great afternoon.
All right, fins up.